What's up, War? How you doing? All right, so for some reason, right, the part we left off on yesterday is we're trying to figure out why these things we're generating are not showing up, right? Like we run the script, and I guess here's another bit. Oh, geez. Yeah. So we have added thousands of items, but they don't seem to be fetchable on this page. Oh, well, that would be it. We're getting an undefined in there? Uh, that would definitely be it. That would be it. I know it's up here somewhere. Mm. Yeah, so I keep making that mistake. That is really annoying. There's got to be some way we can make our type safety kick in better for our querying. All right. What's up, Hunar? How you doing? All right, so now we rerun this script. And these transactions will be there when this script is done. So yeah, how's everyone's Friday? Happy Friday. You're working from 3 to 11? Oof. That's not ideal. And what's up, Justin? Oh, same tomorrow. Ugh. Gross. What kind of work do you do there, Hunar? And Pesci, finally Friday. Hell yeah. And hey, Pesci, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, so one thing I should have done in this script is I should have like made some assertions and then just bail out the script if the assertions fail. But it's just such a quick and dirty script that, I mean, now the bug's fixed and I doubt we'll have any other problems. Okay, so you do web design, but the client's on the other side of the planet right now. That makes sense, Unar. And what time is it for you right now? I almost feel like you could just do your work whenever you want. Okay, yeah, so you're West Coast here. Why is it you have to, like, change your entire working hours? Like, you don't have 8 hours of meetings, do you? Do they require you to be a butt in seat during their operating hours? That's just weird. You should be able to just get your meetings done whenever they schedule them. Major launch on Monday? Okay, so you're having to like work with a bunch of their team, collaboration wise, code review, all that BS. Got it. Okay, that's a bummer. At least it's not a last minute sprint with a major launch on a Friday. You know, could be worse. Could always be worse. And yeah, for everyone on Twitch, this person's over on YouTube that I'm chatting with. But okay, script is still running. So it seems that doing things right takes a little longer, right? Fixing that bug. Could also be that we're filling up the database and it's slowing down because it's just a local version of Dynamo. And we do have 34,000 rows. What version of Node? Oh, I don't even know. I could check. I usually try and stay on LTS, and I believe 22 is LTS right now. Yeah, so 22 is the active LTS at the moment. And it'll stop that being that later this year. So then other active LTS, which is 24, will start in like 3 months. I really try and not use any other Node versions. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Just keep in mind that anything on 23 is pretty much experimental. Like, look at how short the current window for 23 is. Look at how short the maintenance window is. So yeah, I avoid I avoid their experimental branches as much as possible. Which means, yes, I don't get the latest features, but I do get stable features. And supports TypeScript out of the box. I mean, I'm deploying to Lambda, so I'm pretty much beholden to whatever versions AWS Lambda supports. Yeah, 22. They don't support 23. Yeah, AWS is also pretty much only LTS because, again, the maintenance windows and everything are too short. They don't support bun on AWS either. If you want to support bun on AWS Lambda, you basically have to go with the container route, and that means that your containers, like your short cold start times, are much longer. And here's another point, Hunar. Basically, I have to do bundling anyway. So it doesn't matter what node supports natively, because I'm going to have to go through a compilation process no matter what. Right? Just because you want to ship only the dependencies you need. You want to ship only the code you're using. Right? Tree shaking and all that stuff. It's basically the difference between 80 megabytes per Lambda and somewhere between 5 to 10. When you have 60 plus Lambda endpoints, the amount of time to upload those things is important. And some of the Lambdas got up to like 300 megs because of some bad like import semantics. I think that was a Webpack bug, and we may eventually refactor to something other than Webpack for the back end, but right now it works, so I'm okay with it. Compile times aren't a big deal. It's the upload that takes longer than compile. But yeah, like a bad, like I was bringing in an enum from the AWS SDK version 2 because it was the only one that supported Signature v4 at the time. I bet version 3 supports Signature v4 now, so it'd probably be okay. But because of that enum I was bringing in, it was polluting the entire code base with AWS things I wasn't even using. It was weird. Like, I think it was bringing in Elastic and, dude, a whole bunch of Amazon, like, types and dependencies that weren't even being used at all. So, yeah. No matter what, I have to do a compilation process. The TypeScript compile isn't that big a deal, right? These Lambdas are tiny. Like, as far as the code that I have. All right, we're looking at, like, 200 to 300 lines for each endpoint. The TSC part is very minimal. Looks like that finished, though. Nice. All right, so we should be able to refresh here. Hey, all right. There we go. And we generate 1,500 of these transactions per balance. What that means is that we should be able to go here and see some recent data. Yes, awesome. With payments, but not with transactions. Interesting. So I think we still got some kind of bug. We do see transactions here. No, I have to run a script. So that's what we were doing while we were like ranting there for a second. I have a fixtures script that I run manually just because it's not worth doing that every day. They would needlessly pollute the database. And then I'd have to like restart the database too much. And not necessarily restart, I mean like empty it out and rebuild it. So that just doesn't seem worth it. That is so strange to me that these graphs right here are failing. We don't actually see a failure, though. So that's the payment stats. Oh, did I just not implement? Oh, I must not have implemented transaction stats yet? Oh. Well, that's easy enough. Let's go look at that page. And maybe I'm just not fetching them. Okay, so balance stats is a different thing, which I do think we want at some point. But we want it to be balanced transaction stats. It does look like we are... Oh, this seems old. Right, so if we open this up, let's close some of these other files. I think our generator is fine. If we look at payment stats versus transaction stats. Oh. Yeah, totally different. Okay, so the transaction stats is actually an older version. So yeah, we need to refactor transactions in a similar way as we refactored payments. And I think if we go look at the page, we're not even fetching those stats yet. So yeah, we're probably gonna be doing a lot of back-endy kind of stuff today. Right? I think we can get into front end stuff too. Like we're definitely gonna be doing some front end stuff, but a lot of it's just gonna be like connecting to the back end and realizing endpoints that we're missing maybe. Do you like how close we feel, even though, like, let's look at our notes. Let's at least understand it, right? So debug why balance events aren't showing up. We're done with that. Fill in the overview page. That's a bigger task, which is, you know, what we're working on right now. And then, yeah, this like pre-MVP sweep. We're going to want to think about which task we want to hop into first. Like maybe if this overview page is more involved. Some of these things where we just like sweep through the app and click around and check to see if stuff's missing might be an easier lift than something heavy like the ENV stuff. I think the sandbox environment versus production environment change is going to be heavy. Like, I think it's going to be real heavy. That might even be like a full week of work. And what's up, Werbowski? How you doing? Implementing permissions into the UI. That'll be a little bit of work, but probably not a big deal. Right? It'll just involve like graying out certain things that the user just can't do. And providing tooltips for those things that the user's aware of why they can't do it. DARPA. Is that like I'm guessing that's a tabletop game? Never heard of it. I don't do much tabletop gaming. Oh, yeah, the API testing is probably going to be a week long. Like, if we start really estimating some of these. Right? And these, like, this, like, estimation is very fuzzy. It's not like I'm holding myself to a deadline with them, but it does help me, like, understand it. I'm going to say this one, we'll call it a week. We'll call this one 3 days, just because it's a smaller scope. Yeah, I understand what DARPA is. Like, the acronym. Right? Like, we owe Wi-Fi to DARPA. They were doing it over radio waves. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, so you're not playing a tabletop game called DARPA. You're, I don't know, doing like exploratory hardware dev like DARPA does? Okay, reinventing the internet, basically. Okay. If we set up email delivery and templates, we'll call that 3 days, but probably longer. This one's probably like one dedicated day, but we'll say 2 days. This one, I would say we'll give it 2 days, but probably it's only like 1.5. That one also probably just 2 days. So if we look at this, right, we got 1 week. I stream 5 days a week. So we'll group things together. So 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 4 weeks, and 2 days. So yeah, we're not launching MVP until at least a month from now. Which means we're definitely not making the deadline for Y Combinator. I have heard that they sometimes allow late submissions. But also, I don't think I'm in a place to move with as short of an announcement window between when they announce the people getting accepted and when my lease is up. So yeah, I don't think I'm making Y Combinator for the spring cohort. And if I am signing another lease, I'm looking at another year here. But there are other things I can apply to. So, right, some of them allow remote, or some of them would allow me to fly down for the important meetings, which I think would be totally reasonable. And at least one person has offered a place to stay in San Fran. So that would be nice. Especially if I'm just flying down for a meeting here and there. But even then, if it's just for a day or two while I'm down there, hotel room isn't that big of a deal. Let me get more music on. So yeah, I do think it was worth planning that out. And yeah, we're saying it's a month for these things, right? For things that I consider required for MVP. And we're still working on this one. And this one might be still another day or two. So yeah, we're a ways out. And I can always just apply for funding outside of an incubator. I just think I'd be better off with an incubator. Because there's a lot I still don't know. I do really appreciate the fact that I'm in marketing right now, though, because it does help me understand messaging and some of that stuff that really is important for a business. I was talking with a couple engineers building a product at GetKraken, and I'm asking them questions well, yeah, someone's going to say, couldn't this have been a monorepo? How should I respond to that? And their response was, I don't know, man. I'm not a marketing guy. I don't do messaging. It was funny. It was cool. But it is one of those things engineers don't always think about or care about that stuff. It's not their problem. But okay, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, we need to build out this transactions endpoint. And yeah, I do think that is something that we gotta really, that I gotta really figure out. With something like automations. We chatted about automations here on stream in the past where, right, we can go to getkraken.dev. I think it's public release. Right, we got these automations where we can go create one. And I'll zoom in a bit. I think it's a really cool idea. Right, so I might select a repo. We'll just say, I don't know, man. It doesn't matter. npm. Sure. And I don't even know what this automation is yet until we start looking at it. I just want to show it, right? The idea is when you create a pull request, right, we can match for a specific file path, right? So file path matches glob, star.css. Cool, right? We see that it's going to match some files, which is great. We can add another condition. That condition might be, if the new or old code contains class name, right? And then, see, this one, they can't show you the files, which is interesting. Right? You can even do it based upon like how many files are changed or whatever, right? And then once the conditions are met, you can decide to do an action. So, right, if we're matching CSS and class name, we can add a reviewer, which would be maybe, we'll say me, but just imagine that's like our designer. And the comment would be, this PR modifies styling. Please verify the changes in our dev environment for seller, whatever, right? Boom. And theoretically, Vercel would have posted the link to that PR, so we'd be good to go. No, so we do pick a specific repo to apply that to. One thing that I think will be interesting is being able to maybe copy and paste which repos those would be. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. And some of the pushback we've gotten here on stream about it is people who are really good at GitHub Actions could write up this entire action themselves in maybe an hour or two, right? And business isn't going to care about saving an hour or two. But if you have enough things like this, right? Does business actually want to put a task like this on the sprint board? They also don't want to do that. So someone's going to have to do this on their own time while also accomplishing other tickets, right? Like how many people would actually how many people work at a job where this kind of creating an action for this task would actually make it into a sprint? It would just die on the backlog, right? So even if you could write that script, who's going to prioritize it? Nobody. Meanwhile, this is something that, dude, a manager could make, right? It's just point and click. And I think our goal is to support more than just GitHub with it. I don't remember how many things we support with it right now, and it's still experimental and we're feeling it out. But yeah, being able to write this for Azure DevOps or GitLab and not needing an expert that can write those actions for those repos, right? Especially for a client agency where your clients might have their repos in various different places. Could be valuable. So I don't know. I think what I'm getting at is being able to sell this stuff to people is something that I haven't really had to think about enough before. I just get given the tickets, right? So because I'm now in a product marketing role, I think I'm gaining a lot of value as just a solo founder kind of thing, right? Which I think is pretty cool. I don't understand sales and pipeline. That's, who knows? But you don't always need sales and pipeline if you establish product market fit, because with a product market fit, your clients sell your product for you, right? Your customers sell your product for you. Right? Product-led growth and all that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I'm simply brainstorming how I might pitch people on investing in a solo founder. And I did see another interesting stat. Solo founders more common. I think it was a Reddit thing. So solo founders also outperform? That part I didn't know. Right? More common than people may think. Damn, even Paul Graham thinks that solo founders have a higher chance of being in the top 10% of successful startups. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm still, like, I've been discouraged with the solo founder thing in the past. But there are contradicting articles, right? So there's pros and cons and all that stuff. And yeah, back to get cracking. So you can configure it to add a main dev for a feature to get pinged when you touch his code in 5 minutes. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Right? Like, let's just brainstorm it real quick. What do you think that change would indicate? Like, so it's not author of the PR, right? But maybe it's like, file path, and it maybe matches a glob, and that glob is / migrations or something, right? We don't have that in this repo, but yeah, if you're modifying the migrations, you probably want your senior to like sign off on that, right? So yeah, like in just 5 minutes, you could make sure they get tagged for it, right? Bam, tag them, like, hey, right? Give some canned message for it as well when they get tagged. Bam. So file path could work. Okay. Yeah, contains, right? So, it doesn't have to be / migrations. Maybe you just want the file path to contain .service.ts or something, right? Which you could use a glob for as well. But if you're modifying like your API fetching services in an Angular project, that might be a reason to tag a specific dev on the team. Now, some of this stuff you could do with just the code owners files, right? So code owners could solve some of these problems too. But yeah, I do think there's value to automations. It's just simply in any content I would make, I need to think about preempting the person that's going to be like, hey man, I could just write a script to do this. And for another feature that I don't think we want to like publicly announce yet, which I still think would be cool to talk about, but I'm not sure I have permission to talk about it. I also think I need to like think about how I preempt the pushback we're going to get. Yeah, sure. Yeah, config. I think automations are a really powerful feature. This is something we gained from an acquisition of another company called CodeC. Which I think I'm allowed to say. I know we got the acquisition, right? Like, that's public. I would assume if you go to the CodeC website, you're going to see automations there. So it's not like I'm telling anyone something super secret. But yeah, I do think there's value to this. But in how we do the messaging, that's important. And yeah, long tangent, long diatribe. But what I'm getting at is, I don't know. When doing like the VC pitch thing, I can speak to the fact that I'm an engineer and a marketer at this point. And I can put on those hats interchangeably. And they benefit each other as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. in before some troll says, why aren't you coding? Because I do what I want. But all right, so yeah, let's start building out the stats endpoint for transactions. Take it easy. We had some trolls yesterday. There you go. There's the cap on it. And maybe they were being sarcastic, but their timing was terrible. And sarcasm is not immediately obvious without a kappa. All right, so yeah, these transactions to stat entries things. Yeah, we get rid of those. I don't think it's that creepy, Wald. Oh, we had a couple. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't that bad. I'm going to keep staring at you. How about that one? You already followed. There's no getting out of it now. I'm kidding. Yeah, I know. I know it's easy to undo that. But yeah, I have a teleprompter, so I do look directly at camera quite a bit. So yeah, let's just gut pretty much everything we're doing here. When I stare, it's not clickable. That's why I stare so much. All right, let's look at... I do think there's a flaw in how we're doing that fetch. Let me double check how we're doing it here. Right, get all by ID. Yeah, okay, so that's another thing I want to add to my notes. Probably for the longer term at the moment. Right, and I think we can actually do that, but I haven't looked into what that value is supposed to be. So let's go to Calatrava real quick. It's going to be in data wrapper. Whatever the default is, I don't change it. I just don't care. I just really don't care. I don't even know if I can configure it. Hold on, let me check. I'm actually a little curious now. Looks like its own model. Like I'd have to upgrade to... I don't know. Let me update. We need to do an update anyway. Dude, the shader is creeping. I don't think it even lets me pick. Yeah, maybe on the free tier you're not allowed to... Not allowed to change the model. It just has select model. Oh, that button? Oh, okay, there we go. I'm gonna guess the recommended one. No, the buttons are on the right. I do the sidebar on the right so it can hide behind my camera, so I'm not wasting screen real estate for the part that matters most of the time. And then I drag the sidebar over for when you guys need it. I think it's probably Claude 3.5 Sonnet. I don't know. It really just doesn't matter to me. It probably does matter, but I don't know. Seems fine so far. All right, so back to data wrapper. Table query creator. Scan IDs by filter, get all by ID, get all options. Looks like I could do it with filter expression. Training models with your code? What do you mean by that? You mean like data exfiltration? Because yeah, to opt out of data exfiltration, you got to pay for an SLA, and you know that's the expensive bit. Give me a second. I do have to use the restroom. And what up, Fubar? How you doing? So as far as my notes go, I think add filtering to get all by ID queries so that we can get items within a certain date range. I think that might be okay. This is tea. It's just some aromatic Earl Grey in cold water. And I make a tea bag last hours. So I extract every little bit of value from it. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I will be right back. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, we'll wait on a whiskey. Man, I'm not gonna do it tonight, but one of these days, maybe Sunday or maybe sometime next week. I haven't made beer battered fish and chips in ages. Anyone got a favorite fish they like to do fish and chips with? I tend to prefer pollock. It's like a nice, like thin, like buttery fish. I like the thinness of it because you get that like crispiness. You know, it's got some like crunch to it. And I guess here's another thing. What kind of beer do you like to use for a beer battered fish and chips? I tend to pick like the hoppiest IPA I can find. I've also heard Rolling Rock's not bad, which isn't that hoppy. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious. Anyone here make their own fish and chips? Yeah, I almost want to just make like a cookbook for devs. Just easy, delicious meals with simple steps. I think there's too many like cookbooks that are like just over the top with the instructions. All right, so as we look at this, yeah, we need to do a sort. I can actually just grab kind of all of this and just modify it. And then just replace the word payments. I think that'd be fine. That's going to crash our API, which is fine. All right, so the word payment goes away. And what's up, Major? How you doing? Oh, speaking of major, I recently started watching Going Dutch. It's on Hulu. It's all right. Like, I'm not a fan of Dennis Leary, but he actually does an all right job in this one. And he somehow manages to look less plastic than he normally does, which is interesting. There's still something weird about him. Like, he definitely got way too into the plastic surgery. But, yeah. It's a fun show. I'm like 3 episodes in. All right, so currency code is not what we care about for this. Right? Why not, though? Oh, yeah, because payments... Yeah, no, never mind. Yeah. Payments, currency code, we might not even need that? Yeah. I think that's accurate. My Friday's chill. Yeah, we're hanging out, getting some code done. Trying to stir up some conversation about some fun, like, food type stuff or something. How about you, Major? You ever make your own fish and chips? Any special stuff you do with the recipe or anything? Do you beer batter? Or just regular batter? Anyone out there do their own fish and chips? Tilapia? Yeah, tilapia is a good one. Wait, what do you mean by that? Salmon fish and chips. That's interesting. I've never done salmon fish and chips. I've never even had it. You like to cool tilapia in salsa? So like you cook the tilapia? Cook. Okay, gotcha. Sounds all right. So fish matters and beer matters. Yeah. Like which fish do you like though, Crispy? Because there's a very big difference between, you know, pollock and cod, right? Very big difference. Walleye. Well, I don't know if I've had walleye before. Beer batter fried tilapia sandwiches are top notch. Ooh, I don't typically do them on sandwiches. That's not a bad idea. You'll have beer, fish, and chips separately. Okay, so you don't like beer batter your fish? And yeah, like, what do you mean by fish and chips separately? Like, you're not mashing them together. like, you know. Do you do battered tuna? It's not the tuna. I don't know. Sorry, my bad. yeah. That joke might only be funny to me. I'm okay with it. Oh, okay. So you don't like fried fish, right? You don't like battered fish. That's what you're saying, right? It's fries. Yeah, yeah. No, like fish and chips is the name of the dish, right? We typically call fries fries any other time, but if you're eating fried fish with French fries, that's fish and chips. Just not a fan of farmed frozen. So, I mean, crispy, pretty much any large scale caught fish is frozen at sea, flash frozen. Unless you know the person that caught it with a fishing rod, it was flash frozen. Which is good. It kills parasites. That's why I don't believe someone when they say they don't like frozen fish. Like every single fish you've probably ever had, unless you caught it yourself or you know the person that did catch it, it was frozen. The important part is the flash freeze versus a slow freeze. A slow freeze, the ice crystals like penetrate and ruin the meat. Okay, I could see that crispy, but like, are they boats where they go out that day, catch it, and then sell it that day? Because any boat that's out at sea for longer than a couple days, they are flash freezing. Captain Chica is an anglerfish. We just figured it out. Yeah, flash freezing isn't bad. It's totally fine. Any sushi you've ever had was flash frozen. You don't want sushi that wasn't flash frozen. You will get bacteria. Or not bacteria, sorry. You will get parasites. like, you do not want any sushi that was not flash frozen. Yeah, the concentration of the mercury is tough there, Lucrum. Yep. But Kawasaki disease is actually like really rare. You have to eat a shitload of fish for Kawasaki disease to be a problem. It's the farming part. The farming is the problem. Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, I'll agree with that. I still think farming could be done well, but it's tougher, right? Is it like industrial style farming or is it no, someone just has a lake or something, you know? think I do prefer the taste of saltwater fish mostly. So I'll agree on that. So then, yeah, you're not doing you're not doing like farmed salt saltwater fish without doing it like industrially. So I understand that. But yeah, lucrum, like Kawasaki disease involves eating a shitload of fish. So yeah, it's probably not a problem. If you're not aware, that is like the disease. It's named after the person who discovered it in Japan. Yeah, 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 exactly. Lack of omega 3 is worse. Sure. Isn't Kawasaki disease mercury poisoning from fish? Oh. Oh, see? Okay, I might have those mixed up. I guess, yeah, no, I do. I totally do. My bad. Yeah. Never mind. I've equated those two for way too long. I'm wrong on that one. My bad. Your favorite seafood shrimp is wild caught whitefish? Wait, what? Yeah, sardines are all right. I've never had fresh sardines. I've always had canned. But yeah, I think we got this endpoint. Let's get tropical. We're not fetching that data yet, so we got to fix that part. So that's the we can do some front end work. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have yeah, I stock up at Costco on like smoked canned sardines. It's a great like cheap and easy like quick meal. Steamed and dried trout. Sure. I don't know. I guess I haven't had enough trout. Oh, gotcha, gotcha, crispy. No, that makes sense. Got it, got it, got it. Yeah, shrimp is great. Yeah, I always have some like frozen pre-cooked shrimp and frozen uncooked shrimp like in my freezer. Just it's just such a good quick and easy meal. You can do shrimp scampi, right? I mean, damn it, I'm gonna sound like I'm gonna sound like Bubba from Forrest Gump here, real quick. You can eat shrimp and on its own, like you can just throw some stuff on it. It might have been Minamata's. I think I was confusing Kawasaki's and Minamata's. Was that it? Okay, caused by mercury. Got it, got it. Okay, yep. Good catch. Thanks, Lucrum. I've mixed those two up in my head for ages. Yeah, yeah. So space case, basically any like I don't want to say like apex fish, but the higher on the food chain the fish is, the more the mercury concentrates. So shark is also incredibly high in mercury. Yeah, any fish that's higher on the food chain just concentrates the mercury from eating other fish, basically. I don't know if I've ever had shark. Anyone here ever had shark? But yeah, let's get this endpoint going. Or not endpoint, the fetching of the endpoint. Because of how expensive it is. That makes sense. Dogfish. That's like a smaller shark, right? So that might not be as bad as like some of the big guys. Yeah, dogfish or like barracuda is about the same size as a dogfish too. Probably safer than like the giant sharks. Eat fish with milk. Just the mercury attached to the milk in some way? Free is nice. Yeah, because I guess it's expensive, huh? Hmm. For some reason, it just flashed in my head. Someone at like a Pantera concert just chugging milk, right? It's a natural heavy metal cleaner. It's just it's actually Durama sand. It's even better. Interesting, Crispy. I am not a water person, so yeah, no, I'm. You'll never catch me on a cruise or any of that bullshit. It's not that I get seasick. It's just I have a bit of like thalassophobia. Like, there's no way in hell I'm swimming in a big body of water. Nope. Last time I did, massive anxiety, dry heaving, vomiting, heart palpitations. There's just something inherently terrifying about it. And it's not even like, oh, what's beneath me? Who cares? It's just like you are so inconsequential to the ocean, you know? You are meaningless. You are just, you're a speck of dust. And I also got this dislocated shoulder. So, like, man, shoulder goes out while I'm swimming in a big body of water. I'm a dead man. I'm going to die now. You know? I'm in danger. That's the meme. All right, so hold on. We are getting balanced transactions. Oh, hold on. That's balanced transactions. I want this on balanced details. That's it. Wrong page. Yep. All right, so get balanced payment stats. Get balanced transaction stats, and we don't have those yet. Set balanced transaction stats will do. We don't have that on the service, though. Oh, we do. Oh, it's balanced transactions stats. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Keep it consistent. You're about 10 minutes from the beach, but you haven't been in water in 15 years. Sounds about right to me. This is your first time chatting. You've been following since 2021, though. So yeah, you should be able to click your own name and chat to get that number. So yeah, I need to delete the followage command. I'm a bit of a slacker. All right, so we do that, we set that, and we get down to here. So that should actually just populate and we're good. Yeah, it does. Sweet. There's something really wrong with our graphs, though. So we're doing just a raw bar chart there. What chart are we doing for these, though? Vegeta? So what, you're saying? All right, guys. Don't make Captain Chica mad. If you ever want to do that, you can do ban CM Griffing. You can do the joke ban command for anyone. It's just a joke command. Instead of like slash ban, it's just exclamation point ban. So it looks like one of our charts is right, but this one is wrong. That's the issue, I think. Yep. Okay. That was our issue. So wait, what country invented freeze drying? Is that Canada or something? Russia? Oh, it was France? France? We come from France? But yeah, how you doing, Joaquin Lee? Okay, so we got that graph going. I already said Japan. All right, so yeah, the balance transactions endpoint, we can call that good. Family just went to bed, looking to build a quick Obsidian plugin, and saw me online, keeping you some company. Hell yeah! You're keeping me company too, so I appreciate it. We should probably have the time. I think that's what you're saying, right? Yeah, we're not doing the labels for the transactions, so that's something I should fix. Yeah, why you being so coy there, Captain Chica? But yeah, what is up with my labels? You could just say it. And hey, what's up, Sergeant Pepper? How you doing? Been better, but could be worse. Well, that's not good. Just you not feeling well, or some news that you maybe don't want to share. Oh, okay, hold on. Carolina Code Conference. Oh, got it. I mean, you should be interviewing now immediately. Like, yeah, don't delay that at all. There is no eventually. That sucks. Yeah, I had my performance review today. My boss is stoked on my output, which is cool. I'm proud of that. Been there 10 years in June. It's definitely not fun. Yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. New phone. Yeah, yeah. Usually Q1, Q2 is like a hiring spree. Oh no, I just think a lot of companies are gonna think they can replace their engineering with AI and realize they can't. But also, is the market's like still like way down, isn't it? I think a lot of companies are preparing for a recession. Yeah, but I mean, we've been on that for a while now. Yeah, I get that. The work from home versus return to office thing. Yeah, which is just crazy because, like, since even before COVID, there were plenty of companies that were like fully remote and make that stuff work really well. So it's just other companies that are in really long leases, etc., having to justify those leases and expenses. Or they even like own property and they're really fucked. Yeah. But yeah, why is my x-axis not labeled for transactions, but it is for payments? Oh, and I think, yeah, we don't want to do that. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, no, I'm missing that here. Okay, we at least get the colors aligned. Oh, and this should say UTC, so yeah, that might have been something you were saying a second ago. Data key. Oh, it's probably data key there. That's it. All right, so date's the value. There we go. All right. We've got these backwards though. No, TSX is just anything that is JSX based, right? But TypeScript instead of JavaScript. So you'll see TSX files in anything with JSX at this point. So that'll include Solid and all sorts of other frameworks that just use it as their templating. Like you can even do TypeScript, or you can do TSX without any of those. And yeah, I guess I didn't think about it much yesterday, but TSX library. not TSX, the TypeScript execute, but TSX parser. Someone was asking about this yesterday, and I forget who. So AST grep. Find code by syntax? No, that's not it. Yeah, I was wondering if there's some way you could set up your own, like, renderer. So instead of parser, maybe renderer? So this, older. Yeah, I forget who was asking. No. I mean, I forget who was asking yesterday. Like, new phone, I don't think that was you. I'm trying to remember who it was, though. Einsenheim. Was that you? Someone was asking yesterday about it. Yeah. Default TSX render middleware. That's from handler middleware. Oh, that's the prettify. Okay, handler. Oh, they're using React. Okay. No. So yeah, this is just purely like a React renderer. Someone's looking for like a minimal way of rendering TSX on a page. At which point they probably want to look at what do we think is the smallest library that renders TSX? Inferno? No, new phone. That's not what we're talking about. If you want to render JSX or TSX, that Express library was using React to do so. I'm not talking about how Express does rendering. You can render all sorts of stuff in Express because you just need a renderer to do so. What I'm talking about is the actual render step, not what Express is using. Nano JSX? I have not heard of that. Oh, here you go. Okay. There may be some like function in here you could extract out because they want to do it at runtime on the web, not at server-side rendering time. So JSX runtime here. It's probably core and the H function. It's probably core and the H function. Okay. Yeah. Yes, now I just got to remember that. Yeah, thank you for the comment about Nano JSX. Great call. Yeah, they were wondering how they could do it, like what parser they would use or whatever. It looks like Nano JSX is the move. Do they have any other repositories? Maybe they got something smaller? And we'll set up Nano JSX template. No. Yeah, these are all like just supporting things. So this is probably it. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep that around just in case. Yeah, I was going to say Inferno probably has their own like renderer. Right, so hyperscript is basically what it is. Right? So what you end up needing is just something that converts JSX into hyperscript. That's basically it. Ah, okay. Cool. Yeah, sorry. Like someone asked a question yesterday and it did kind of like sit in my mind while I stewed on it a bit. So I was curious. My answer yesterday was, I don't know. But yeah, now I got to remember who actually asked that question yesterday. Just pull those out and minimize it. Man, I did just chug way too much water and tea. I'd say we're getting towards 4 o'clock. That might be a decent enough time to hop into a beverage. We've got this data rendering now. I think we've got the values rendering incorrectly though. No, that's right. No, what I was remembering was a different balance. Right, so game currency is gems. Oh. No, gems. Yeah, red gems is this currency. Might pop open a beverage yourself. Hell yeah. All right, so the formatting of these isn't perfect. But it's not bad. What I'm thinking is on the overview page, maybe we use the same values, but we just make it smaller and get rid of a bunch of the labels. Right? Make it to where you can still like hover. Right? So then for the overview page, which is basically empty right now, we do pretty much the same thing, but we condense it. I think that might be our move. I think that's the move. All right, so yeah, let me go use the restroom. I gotta think about what I'm doing for dinner. I could do shrimp. I could do pot pies. I've got beef I could cook, but I don't really have anything I would want to like make as a beef dish. Like I need to get the science experiment out of my rice cooker, so I can't do Mongolian beef tonight. You mean deep seek? Nah, I'll just think about it. I wouldn't mind doing some shrimp scampi. Oh no, I'll think about it as I go and pour some more water and use the restroom, and I will be right back. We'll put on this scene because I will be using the restroom. And I'm back. Let me just go down this here real quick. Okay. And what's the conversation there? DeepSeek's gonna be the name of the new 007 bad guy? Sure, there you go. Okay, so you're glazing DeepSeek and Gemini? Sure. Man, if I go to Costco tomorrow and they have a chest freezer, I'm getting one. Actually, I should just order it. I should order it from whoever will deliver. That way I don't have to, like, do a bunch of, like, lifting and bullshit. I gotta figure out where I'd even put it. But all right, so for this page, let me double check some stuff. Oh, and yeah, this was something someone mentioned that I should check out. Carolina Code Conference. I think it's just Carolina.oats. Oh, nope. Blog. Oh, it was right there in the middle. Right, so always a single track. Sure. Yeah, I'll propose for this one. Sure. Right, I could especially propose the okay, so sessionize. I think I could do it as a lightning or an intermediate. I think a lightning talk would be tough, but doable. Yeah, I'll just do the proposal right now. Fuck it. No Facebook, no Instagram. Well, I'm glad they didn't show my previous cell phone number. So hold on, let me just submit this real quick. Hope I didn't click that too soon. Oh, speaker bio, shit. Let me just empty out the cell phone while I do this part real quick. All right, so they need at least 200 characters. So I like to make things and share them with people, often on my Twitch stream. As a self-professed polyglot programmer, I like to dabble in all sorts of languages. Oh, and hold on, it's a bio, so it's probably third party. Chris likes to make things and share them with people, often on his Twitch stream. A self-professed polyglot programmer. He likes to dabble in all sorts of languages, but considers himself most productive in JS/TS. As a man of many beanies, he loves to snowboard and at any given moment would probably rather be. How do you feel about that one? Was that all right there, Welkinet? What else should I say? What do y'all think? Anything else important I should list out? He has been a professional software developer. Is it 2 Fs or 1 F? I think it's 2 Fs, right? One F. Shit. Messed that one up too much. Are you still trying to guess their config? I said Russia ages ago, and he didn't actually confirm or deny. I just think he's messing with us now. All right, there we go. I'd say that's a decent paragraph there. Okay, so hold on. Now let me just enter my phone number. God damn it. Oh, the description has to be 500 characters? Okay, I like the fact that they have these. All right, I'll just say it out loud while I type it real quick. So, GitKraken Desktop is a large Electron React project dating back to 2014. We picked Flow as our first type system for JS by around 2017, and for reasons that we will dig deeper into in this talk, we will see why we switched to TypeScript and some of the challenges we faced along with that migration. You will hear about how one dev on a mission decided to tackle this project on his own time. To tackle this monumental effort, come on. How else can I phrase this? Just give me a sec. Like, yeah, we'll show the screen. We'll get back to our coding here real quick. I should submit this talk, though. So, War, you actually missed a conversation earlier about that. We can show it in a second. Boom. Right. I'll call that good. Okay, so Get Kraken Desktop is a large Electron React project dating back to 2014. We picked Flow as our first type system for JS by around 2017, and for reasons that we will dig deeper into in this talk, you will see why we switched to TypeScript and some of the challenges we faced along with that migration. Some of these challenges include incredibly long dev loops due to type checking, as well as a lack of support for Flow from our dependencies. You will hear about how one dev on a mission decided to tackle this monumental effort on his own time. Yeah, no worries, Joaquin. Have a good one. Okay, so I'm going to call that good. Submitting. Voila. Cool. Let me just do a quick screen snap. Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah, so we'll call that good. I just submitted, and boom.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pep?
And yeah, what's up, Seb? How you doing? And no, don't say sorry. But yeah, the post we read earlier was about the dev hats, right? So this is very similar to what you described. But really, it's more about not just one, like an individual developer wearing a single hat all the time. It's more about switching that hat up based upon what you're trying to do. It all, okay, gums down to. Got to be practical with the hats. Yeah, death cast. Like, dude, config. Man, your sentence there is interesting. Yeah, I think it's a good read. Yeah, I think the big thing is that, you know, taking the captain's hat or some of these other hats too far isn't the right approach, right? Like, you're going to be switching between some of these things depending on what you're doing, right? So Scrappy Hat is like the side project or the proof of concept hat. Captain's Hat is what you should probably do for any professional software dev work you're doing, right? MacGyver Hat is what you should probably do when you are debugging or performance optimizing. So really, it's about just like different approaches to how you think about problems. And you can't wear just one hat all the time. Coming from a guy that switches his beanie every day or so. Boom, nailed it. All right, so then, yeah, real quick. Let me just do a quick post, new post, everywhere. Mid-task project? Yeah, like that's literally what we're talking about, right? Like when you're performance tuning or debugging, right? That's going to happen on projects that you're trying to focus on like the larger captain hat with anyway, right? The quick and messy solution. Yeah, I mean, for school projects, right? Like, you're not going to have to maintain it beyond submission. So you're good, right? So that's very much like school projects are pretty much a proof of concept. It's not something you have to maintain. Let me just do a quick blur. Yeah, we can just crop it. Whatever. All right. So, yeah, back to our code thing. And yeah, chaotic. Thank you for sharing that. Alrighty. So, yeah, cool stuff. Alrighty. So, let's start doing this. I like the idea of the smaller graphs. All right, so a lot of this is off. I don't think we need accounts. Account stats, though, yeah. Account stats loaded, no. Nope. Ah, damn it. Not what I wanted. Oh, thanks, War. Yeah, did you watch all of them? Yeah, because we've got 3 of them out so far. There's a 4th one that we're doing a screening for in about 2 weeks, week and a half. So yeah, if you want to sign up for the private screening, let me know. This one's going to be with Tech Savvy Travy. I don't know if you're familiar with his stream. He's great. He'll be streaming here again soon, sometime. And then, yeah, I need to schedule at least 2 more guests. I need to schedule at least 2 more guests. But yeah, we should be getting that launched up to Spotify and Apple here soon. I just had to like write a message to the rest of the team to convince them that it's worth paying for Transistor. But yeah, we should be up on like the major podcast platforms here pretty soon. I'm hoping to have that done by like Monday or Tuesday. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday. What's up, Gio? How you doing? Is that the Geo I work with? Probably not. Just checking. Geo from Brazil? Yeah, this other Geo is Geo from Spain. So, same thing, right? I'm kidding. Bad joke. Bad joke. But yeah, will it work like a gateway? I'm not sure what you mean by gateway, but I'm guessing no. The way this works is like it's the point is not to be a middleman between you and Stripe, which I think is what you were getting at with the word gateway. So you'll still do your own wiring up to Stripe or whatever payment provider. This is going to maintain the balance and the quota system for you. No, it's not middleware. So, I mean, that could be an eventual pivot, but I think at the bare minimum, we need to establish just maintaining quotas. right? So runtime, data transfer, etc. That's something where you just send me a request when it happens. But there could be the idea of establishing some kind of like agent. I just think it's trickier because I'm aiming to do this for your customers, right? So this is going to run on your hardware, not their hardware. Like if an agent were created, at which point like the data transfer doesn't make any sense because it would be all of your data transfer, not their data transfer. So no, instead you just send me a request to increment the quota of data transfer or runtime or whatever. How you report that, that's up to you. But just think about how many apps out there give you maybe 1,000 monthly active users or something. You simply send a request saying the user has been active. We maintain that. Whenever they're active, you can send me that request. We'll maintain that and then reset it, maybe. We haven't worked on the resetting aspect yet. We've kind of got it in place. But you can then track data for your users. So this is a software as a service for other software as a service to consume, but measuring what your customers do, not what you're doing. So Kong is just one-to-one, like customer to me. This is instead me to my customer to their customers. How do you track their usage? And then very similar with balances. Balances are maybe like game currency or DigitalOcean's balance as a service. Does that make sense? No, not rate limiting. I think there are plenty of things that handle the rate limiting. I don't know of anything that handles the quota and balance system like I'm doing. And maybe that's because it's not a great business, but I think it is a good business because building out any of these systems, building out dashboards for those systems, that's effort that you're putting into something that you're not putting into your actual product. All right, so account stats. So what we end up needing to do on this page, right, which is the empty page you were seeing a second ago, we need to fetch accounts, or technically just fetch account stats. We need to fetch quotas and balances, which we can set the balances now. What the fuck? What the fuck? We unplug. That was super weird. Let's try and plug back in now. That was super weird. Yeah, it was definitely just a keylogger bug. Whoever wrote the keylogger, come on, fix your shit. Should an action like an is milestone completed be calculated on the first render each time, or should it be a boolean stored in database calculated on progress? Those two things sound conflicting. One of those things is a front-end concern, the other of those things is a back-end concern. The front end has to grab a back end value no matter what. That's up to you. Like, how costly is fetching that value? You're probably going to want to have some caching no matter where the value lives anyway. How much data has to be transferred over the wire? Is that data there all the time? There is no like hard and fast rule to that. You have to use your best judgment. That's why we get paid what we get paid. Well, then you're answering your own question. Like, to the sky, it is going to be unique to every single case. That is up to you to decide. No one can make that decision for you. Browser memory is actually one of your least concerns. No. No, sorry. You have to make a decision each time. Woe is you. It's almost like that's our job. What's up, X Factor? How you doing? All right, so we do need an account stats, but I think that ends up just being, we'll just say any for now, which is gross. I know we should definitely fix it, but we can't be sure yet. We just don't know. Yeah, that's not what they're asking, though, Utkarsh. That's not what they asked at all. They're asking about a milestone. There's nothing inherently financial about a milestone. And hold on. Utkarsh, was that you that spammed the Get Kraken Slack? Not on Twitch. I mean the Get Kraken Slack channel. I don't think you're listening to me. I'm not talking about Discord. I'm talking about Slack. Maybe it wasn't you. That's all I'm asking. Are you creating a learning platform similar to Udemy or whatever? I'm asking Utkarsh. Which is why I said Utkarsh before those statements. Before those questions, I should say. Okay. So, yeah, like, how common is the name Utkarsh? You're the only person I know, besides a person that spammed us, that has the name Utkarsh. So, yeah, like, you know, maybe it's actually a really common name. I just don't know. But yeah, someone named Utkarsh massively spammed the Get Kraken Slack. It's a common name in India. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Okay. Huh, I did not know that. I didn't even realize it was Indian. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking Slavic or something. Interesting. Yeah, basically someone spammed the Get Kraken Slack with a bunch of junk. Oh, you're thinking Arabic? Interesting. Yeah, they spammed like a leak code problem that was weird. And then they spammed like a link to LinkedIn for something that was weird. And because we don't have anyone else doing like the community management thing yet, I'm the one that had to go in and delete that stuff. Which is fine. It's not that big a deal. All right, so here's the big thing, right? As we fetch this stuff, we also need to start like fetching stats for these things. And we want to do it asynchronously. They just don't understand marketing, right? Like, it's the same kind of person, in my opinion, that thinks there's some way to hack SEO. No. You know the secret to SEO? Using good keywords in good content. And backlinks. Boom. Problem solved. I've met too many people over the years that think SEO, there's some like magic to it. Like, ooh, right? Like, ooh, you could just do like a cool thing, like, you know, keyword stuffing or blah, 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 and like trick the algorithm. No, you try and trick the algorithm and eventually Google's going to slap you and remove you from the internet. There's entire businesses that have died because they were doing shady SEO stuff, and Google changed their algorithm to basically just remove them completely. Right? This is maybe 10 years ago now, at least. But yes, entire businesses have basically just died because someone thought they could trick the algorithm. No, don't trick the algorithm. Just make good content. No, so here's the thing. You can sell a business. You can actually sell a service that helps people optimize SEO. That is possible. Right? That is helping people identify what keywords they should focus on. Helping people identify which of their pages are underperforming and how they could alter the content a bit. For $500 a month? Yeah, dude. No, that could be valuable. Absolutely. $500 is cheap for consulting. Right? Like, there's services like Ahrefs. How much do they charge? Right? This company's going to charge you $129 bare minimum, but you still got to put in the work. Right? You still have to understand how to make good content around keywords. You still have to understand what content's worth making and, you know, what companies and other content you're competing against for those keywords. It's actually a legit job. But there's enough snake oil salesmen that it does actually bring like a bad name to SEO. But yeah, websites like this, right? Like tracking specific keywords and blah, blah, blah. Like, nah, man, this is actually valuable. This business is not selling snake oil. This is how you actually do SEO. You have to measure the impact of the content you make. You have to consider other companies that you're competing against for that content. But yeah, no, that's a legit business. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It just sucks that so many people give SEO a bad name. Yeah, no, to the sky. That may be part of it, but that is not all of it. So here's the biggest thing. The data analytics is what you pay a company like Ahrefs for, or Moz, or any of like the legitimate SEO companies, right? They provide a service that makes that data analysis easier. You could get a lot of that data yourself through Google has like a console to do some of that stuff, right? Like the Google Search Console or something. But it's a lot more work, and you have to know a lot more about how to do it. And that's why you pay for a service like this that optimizes that. And also, they have their own like crawling and their own like other stuff they do. When you consider how much time it would take you to build out those scripts to get that data and to do that analysis, well, yeah, $129 a month is actually cheap. Right? Just consider it. $129 a month is the hourly, or $129 a month. At $129 an hour, that's what you would pay someone who makes a salary of $260K a year. Divide that by 2. Right? And then like you're looking at a more reasonable salary and you're getting 2 hours of work, which is still more value than you're getting, which you would pay someone to do per month anyway. So just consider that, right? $500 a month for an SEO company that actually is good at what they do. That is peanuts. That's so much cheaper than paying an employee to waste their time doing that. Yeah, exactly. 100%. That's what software as a service is meant to do. To give you value while they make a profit doing it. But for you to do the exact same thing would cost you a lot more in your time, right? You could do it yourself for free, but it's only actually free if your time is worthless. Which no salaried employee's time is worthless. Unless they just don't have enough work on their plate and you're paying them anyway. So fuck it. Go for it. Yeah, that is actually like the main selling point of software as a service. You are paying them money to save you time. And in many cases, saving you that time is worth the cost. I think auth as a service is one of those cases where it's actually not worth the cost. But I'm going to give it the old college try. I'm going to use Clerk or some other thing for the projects that I use to dog food Waltr, because I can get away with the free tier for those because I don't care. Whereas with Waltr, I expect this to actually be a more legitimate business. I'm setting myself up to have low overhead. For those other things, I'll be on the free tier, so it doesn't matter. But I expect to go beyond the free tier for pretty much every other software as a service I would consume for Waltr. I might be wrong in that assessment, but that's my assumption. Yeah, the products the things I'm going to build to dog food Waltr, they already exist, and I don't know if there's actually like a good business case for it. But I think they're small enough scope, and I could just copy what someone else is doing to where it's worth just doing it to prove out the use of Waltr. If I were doing the Y Combinator thing, I would actually have a whole bunch of potential customers right there in the same cohort with me, which is actually like the power of that incubator, right? Not only are they giving you money, not only are they giving you mentorship, but they're setting you up along with a bunch of other companies that are potential customers for your software as a service that you're building. And that type of, like just product market fit feedback is actually more valuable than the funding. It's more valuable than the mentorship. It really is. Like being able to just have access to real customers building a thing that don't want to spend time building the thing that you're building. I think that's actually the most important aspect of those incubators. There's a heavy bias towards using other products within your cohort and within the organization. Money is just an extra nice bonus. But at that point, like, consider it that if you have a product that other businesses in your cohort are using, that $500K that Y Combinator gives you, it's not just an investment in you, it's an investment in their other businesses too. Because if you go out of business immediately, then those other businesses are fucked as well. So there's definitely like a network effect to Y Combinator that I think is actually really smart. All right, so yeah, loading up the account stats. That's the easiest one to get going with. We'll figure out how we want to show like quotas and balances after. We can get account stats here on this page for sure. Because TypeScript doesn't see that. Last I checked. Oh. All right, no, they're good. I've run into that bug previously where TypeScript just like wasn't determining that properly. I'm trying to remember what the case was. It might have been some JSX, like an event inside of the templating. Yeah, I don't remember the case, but I guess I don't need that right now, which is a good call. So yeah, good catch. I've definitely run into that somewhere, but I don't remember the exact case. So whatever. In fact, like I don't even need the question mark, right? So yeah, that's a good fix. At the end of the day, right? Like, would it pass code review? Probably not. But would it break anything having it? No. I definitely do have like a history with raw JavaScript, so defensive programming is kind of just like ingrained as well. But I know I've run into a bug where like TypeScript, come on, look, I'm guarding for that. What's the deal, man? At which point, like, I could always just do like the exclamation point as well, and that would solve it. I'm very hesitant to use that in a lot of cases, though. But good feedback. So yeah, how you doing, Healing Journeyman? Is it you're a man on a healing journey, or you're a journeyman who is healing? right? Like, because journeyman is like after apprentice, but not quite master or whatever. I'm curious about that. Right? So a man on a healing journey could be someone with just some trauma that they got to heal, just like general like life getting them. But a healing journeyman could be like a carpenter that cut themselves. And maybe it's in the eye of the beholder, right? It's whatever I want it to be, right? Through the looking glass and all that. It's kind of both. Okay. So you're traumatized by the cut that you got. You'll never touch a table saw again. I'm just having fun. All right, let me find this authenticator. Here we go. Boom. Okay, so we're not showing that stuff. Balance is loaded. Account stats loaded. Quotas loaded. Oh, we got a bunch of junk in here. We'll get rid of that. We'll build it from scratch. We've got this that as flex row. Wrong. We'll say gap 4 for now. Okay, so what I want to do here is const, and we'll let it evaluate on every render. This will be has stats is Nope, not the loaded. So finished loading would be those. And we don't need the Boolean wrapper. Might need to cancel the requests. It would be rare, right? Like the data should resolve before a user would actually be able to click those things. Right? If my data is taking that long to resolve, I would consider that just an issue with the API. All right, keyboard. What's the fucking deal, dude? I may have to switch computers, or not keyboard, keyboards here at some point. It does look a little loose. No, that is not loose. All right, so finished loading is one of them, and then const, we'll call this as stats. Right? You can't possibly have any stats, even if you have accounts, if you haven't set up quotas and balances, right? Like, I don't think it's worth reporting anything on this page if you don't have those. So then that would be this part. And technically, that's definitely just a Boolean, so it would be something like if finished loading and has no stats. Drama Sans. Come on, man. Sans the drama. Take it easy. Drama Sans, right? Have you ever seen a smoother thick arrow in your life? I don't think so, right? No sharp edges on that. Smooth sailing. Easy living. Sans the drama. How's your code going to flow if your font doesn't flow? It's fine. It's just a font. Getting hung up on a font is actually, it's kind of a heuristic, George. I'm going to let you know right now. The people that have a hard time getting past the font tend to not be that fun to talk to. Right? Like their level of pedantry is unsustainable. I'm just going to throw that out there. It's a bit of a trap. I'm not saying that, Henry. Come on. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, caring about a font that much, it's a bit of a red flag. Yeah, there are plenty of things to get pedantic about. X Factor, dude, I'll throw on impact if you don't correct your tone. The soapboxing over a font? Yeah, a little bit. Oh, no. Monospace does not matter. Come on, Henry. It really doesn't. But yeah, Dr. Dumenberg, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Sir. If I base my code on that assumption logic of mine, you don't know what to tell me. I don't know what you actually mean, so I don't know what to tell you, man. It's pretty accurate. The people that can't get past the font suck to talk to. I've been streaming long enough that no, it's just a fact of life at this point. And you're kind of proving the point. Yeah, no, I get that, Dr. Dumenberg. There are designers that really does matter. That matters so much, right? Because you're still continuing there, George. You are proving my point at this very moment. Yeah, no, I agree. For like a website's branding, yeah, font matters, color choice matters, like all that stuff really matters, right? The psychology of colors, etc. For a stream in your editor, that's all I can do to people that care that much about a font. In your editor, well, yeah, coffee mugs aren't meant to be taken seriously. It's a coffee mug, right? It's like the CSS coffee mug, right? CSS is awesome. Coffee mugs are not meant for sincerity and seriousness. If you guys don't correct your tone, I'm going to throw on wingdings. You're the one that brought it up, George. It does seem like you care that much. It really does. How did I pull that out of thin air? You're the one that brought it up. You care enough to make it a topic of conversation. You could have taken my weird random jokingness about it and dropped it. But you keep going with it. I'm keeping going with pointing out the fact that you care too much. Let people use whatever font they want in their editor. What the font? Are you fonting serious? No, there's no way I'd be able to code in wingdings. There's no way. Nah. Sorry. That would be a cool skill to practice, though. That would be a cool thing to practice, just to blow people's mind. All right? That's when the font might matter, just to mess with people. All right. I should probably work on that. I can forgive you. Yeah, it's fine, George, right? As long as you get it. Thank you for understanding my viewpoint. I appreciate that, George. Thank you. Because it just doesn't fonting matter. I really like this joke train of using the word font for fuck. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm gonna have to use that in the future. I'm definitely gonna have to use that in the future. Why are you using that as your font? Because it doesn't fonting matter. What the font do you care? Like, dude, that'll be super fun. All right, note to self. Mental note. All right, take it easy. I'm running out of fonts to give here. Sorry, I think that's great. All right, no, we're good. We're good. Like, you're totally fine. That was fun. That was super fun. Emojis as variable names? Yeah, it turns out it doesn't work. I'm actually super bummed. It doesn't work. Bums me out, man. But yeah, how you doing, Spexy Mods? What you up to? I don't think so. I think you need like a specific like build tool. Because like we could try it in DevTools and it just doesn't work. Maybe that's a problem with DevTools. I could see that. Right? So, I don't know. Heart emoji. Right? Uncaught syntax error. That could be it. Yeah, what like the Unicode actually turns into, right? Like the multi-character aspect of it. That could be part of it. I could see that. So maybe there are certain like certain emoji that would work, but it's not universal. I could see that. That makes sense. That thing called Waltr. Right now we are working on the overview page to show a bunch of like graphs and like pretty data that you'd want to see like landing on the page for the first time if you have some data. That's the main goal. The kind of data we're trying to show, let me just get there real quick. Right, so account utilization could be part of it. That's actually the worst one to show. That was my bad. Over here on balances, we could show an example. And we got nothing for today. Because technically, I would need to like regenerate data for today specifically. Which we could do. Yeah, let's run it again. Just cause. I'm almost a little curious, like, how performant it runs. Oh, and hold up. Did I just notice something weird? Like, look at how poorly this tab in Ghosty performs. Command K does not solve that. Is it the age of the shader? That is super weird to me. It's got to be the age of the shader because this tab has existed far longer than this other tab. So you know what? Yeah, no big deal. We'll just do new tab. Oh, it runs so smooth now. All right, we'll just close that one, swap it out. We'll update Oh My Zish. No, I believe it's just the shader grinding to a halt because it doesn't like garbage collect itself that well. Right, look at how much smoother this one is even than like this one that's existed longer, right? So it's actually the shaders don't garbage collect properly, or like something about the calculations, the numbers are getting too large. Like, I don't know. There's something weird there. There's something really weird there. How about this? Hold on. Let's switch up our shader. Oh, did I break it? I think I broke something. Oh yeah, the socket hang up. Yeah, no, we're good there. So yeah, screw it. Let's close some tabs. Let's get another shader going. No, this is Ghosty. So Ghosty allows OpenGL shaders. Oh, and I got like a PR I need to merge eventually for like the official like repo. This is my fork of someone else's repo, but we can at least like check some of these out. Like, I know needs more JPEG, right? But I don't know. We could do, I think arrows is too much. Probably wouldn't even like submit that one. We could do like this, like, you know, this cloud city scene. It's not a bad one. Just general clouds we could be doing. Coastal is actually really fun. Oh, yeah, Matrix is an option. Let me just wait. Yeah, like, let's just wait. We're on an ad break right now. I want to make sure that people who are on the ad break have a chance to look at some of these, and we can make a decision together. Okay, ad break should be done. Everyone should be back. I like this one. It's very like Van Gogh-like, which is pretty fun. Cubes is really subtle. You can't quite see it. The dark mode switch, kind of nice for like designer stuff. Ooh, drunkard. We're working on it, okay? We're not there yet. We might switch it up later. The DVD? Oh, do we do something special when it hits the corner? Right? It has to hit the corner perfectly, but is it something we should do? I don't know what we would do. Electro, kind of fun. The elevator we've had, right? We need to change it up. It'll never hit the corner. I don't think it does either, which is why we could set something really special. The worst, you mean good? I would say, I don't know if it's like shader, but like the drunk effect in like GTA 4 is fantastic. Like, you know, and Red Dead 2, right? Like the leg wobble where they're actually like putting their feet under themselves like as a drunk person does. Not that I'd know. That part's great. But in Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one, I haven't tried it in the second one yet. When you get shit-faced, your character's like, it's first person, but you get like really off kilter. And it also gets like super blurry at some point too. I'd say Kingdom Come has maybe the best like drunk experience. I don't know how I might know what that like drunk like stability dance looks like. I don't know, just a guess. Galaxy's pretty good. Again, the JPEG is too much, but Galaxy's not bad. It's pretty subtle. Gears and Belts is meh. That's a default. Like a bunch of the shaders that we're seeing, not that one. Glow City is one that we pulled from Shader Toy. So I want to pick some of the ones that we picked from Shader Toy, just for more fun. I think it's a little fast, which is why I'm like hesitant to do Glow City. We could fiddle with it and slow it down, maybe. Inside the Matrix is maybe the one you were thinking. We've done it, and it's a little off. Like, it does like a cool like pivot, and it moves around. But eventually, just like how you saw the shader for like the elevator getting choppy, the shader for the Matrix one ends up just like spamming the wrong character too much. Like, it'll end up just like showing like one character way more than all the others. So it kind of like loses its luster over time as well. This one's kind of fun. That one's kind of fun. And keep in mind that they're at a higher frame rate when we actually have it going. It's just like the way we captured the GIF, we didn't want like 30 megabyte GIFs. I tried to capture into video, but GitHub doesn't let you embed video, which I think is a huge miss on their part. They'd rather have people chew up extra bytes using GIFs instead. Blowing it. So yeah, Matrix code could work. Matrix hallway, it's like if you're in the hallway and it's like on the sides, right? Like at the end of the first film. Sorry, spoiler alert. Neon Heart. We'll do that one for Matrix hallway is your vote. I got it. Neon Heart we'll do on like Valentine's Day or something. Which is coming up, isn't it? That's like February 14th. That's like a week away, right? So we can do it. This is my favorite one. The Night Drive. Ooh, this one's my favorite. This one's really good. This one's really good. This is my absolute favorite. Especially because we listen to Synthwave on this stream a lot. Ocean's pretty good. It's not bad. Portal, kind of fun. We could always go retro. There's the Sine Wave Evil or Sine Wave Normal. Skyline's not bad, actually. I kind of like Skyline. I think Smoking Ghost is broken on Max. Space Lines is quite good. I like Space Lines. We've done that one before, though. I live in Seattle, or Redmond technically, but Space Needle's not bad. Sparks from Fire, that's not ours. Spotlight, not ours. Not ours, not ours. That one's kind of cool. I didn't realize it like messes with the color of the text as much, so I'm kind of like hesitant to do that. Synthwave Sunset. Ooh, this one's really good. Synthwave Sunset is pretty solid. Synthwave Triangle, also pretty good. The light rays as if we're underwater, like the caustic effect. Ooh, that one's good. Urban's not bad. Also kind of similar to Skyline, but just a little different. I'm going to say no to Water. I don't like the text shifting. So we got one vote for Matrix Hallway. We got one vote for Skyline. Any others that we should consider? Let's actually put it to a poll. Which shader? Matrix Hallway, Skyline, Synthwave, sunset. Were there any others that people really want to get like happening? I'm gonna say there was the space one that I liked. Oh, I mean Night Drive. Even though we've done it, oh, Night Drive's just so good. And we got room for one more. I think the one more we add is. Oh, interesting that the snow one is upside down. I'm going to say Galaxy. Galaxy. Galaxy's actually pretty good. All right, so we're going to start the poll. We got 3 minutes. Get your votes in. What do y'all think? And yeah, YouTube, just say which one you want to see then, maybe. Just over there in YouTube. There's only 3 of you, so I don't think we need a poll. You can just, we'll count your votes towards it. All right, so Night Drive's winning. Dr. Dumenberg, did you vote for Night Drive? Right? You haven't voted for Matrix Hallway yet. Come on, man. Let me get more music going while we're waiting. Oh, that's fine. It should be here in chat. Like, should be like at the top. Which shader? You click that and then you should see the options. Do you not see like the vote mechanism here in chat? I will say you're gonna need other people. Okay, you found it? Cool. You're gonna need other people to vote as well. Because Night Drive is winning. Gonna launch League? Oh, you play League, huh? Well, I mean, we don't see your vote. Did you actually click vote? No. I play Singed. So I might be, like, literally the most toxic player. Yeah, you need to hit the vote button. Yep. Yeah, I'm a Singed main. I believe that literally makes me the most toxic. Technically, no. The absolute most toxic is Teemo. Singed, if you're not aware, Elfo, Singed runs around and leaves poison laid out behind him. And people chase him and die to his poison a lot of the times. So when someone's chasing me, they'll be chasing for a while, and then I turn around on them to flip them. If you see a Singed turn back towards you, you've probably overstayed. Right? If you're chasing a Singed and he turns around, you might be dead. You just don't know it yet. Not always. Depends on the champ, right? Depends on the matchup. But yeah, the character's playstyle. Teemo is the only more toxic champ I can think of. They are poison-based. But Teemo's also just toxic. Here's the thing, as a Singed, I don't actually mind playing against a Teemo. Teemo is actually optimized for other champs. Belveth is fun. I like a Belveth as a jungler. So you're a jungle main, right? That makes sense, Dr. Dubenberg. I get that. I like having a good jungle main on the team. That's nice. But yeah, so the winner was Night Drive. Let's just set that real quick and we'll call it good. So we go Ghosty, settings, and change that to Night Drive. And we got like a good song to match it. The lame part is that we have to restart Ghosty completely to get the shader to change. But Ghosty remembered where our tabs were, which is awesome. Good job, Ghosty. Oh, that was so cool of you. Right, this is a great shader, though, isn't it? This is an amazing shader. So yeah, jungle is weird. It single-handedly can help shape the game, but also needs the most help. Good teams don't just let the jungle get objectives. Yeah. Yeah, as a Singed, I usually have to, like, stay in lane. I will go and try and fight the other jungler if we have vision or something. I rarely want to venture into the enemy's jungle. I've been flamed too many times by my team for, like, being down in CS or levels too much. And as a Singed, like, I'm really, like, not an early game champ. There's very few champs I can beat early game. I'm trying to remember, I was playing another champ recently. And I actually did pretty good. What champ was that? Shit. Oh no, I have to pee, so give me a second. But yeah, so we got our shader picked. We can go scaffold some more data. Let me get at least the data scaffolding going while I go use the restroom. Maybe a Mundo? I don't think it was Mundo. I picked some other champ that I actually did pretty good on. Right, so we're going to generate more balance data. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I just remembered. Yeah. It was Trundle. I did pretty good as a Trundle recently. Like, I haven't even played that much Trundle, and I was like killing it in at least one game, and like didn't lose as bad as I would have as a Singed against another champ in another game. All right, so yeah, we are rescaffolding a bunch of fixture data for balances, which is why, oh, this endpoint's miserable right now. Well, I didn't even take a vitamin D today. All right, so database is still scaffolding, so we got a second. And yeah, how do y'all like the shader? I love this shader. This song's a little like too upbeat for this shader. I'm wondering, can I think of a good song to put on for this shader? I think Arcus. Yeah. Man, we haven't listened to Arcus in a while either. Oh, this song is so perfect for this shader. Dude, so good. So good. All right, so back to this page. Okay, so hold on. Why? Why is this not working? Oh, so account stats is a failure. SaaS stands for software as a service. All right, so businesses, business ID slash accounts slash stats. Businesses, business ID, accounts slash stats. Right, so quotas and balances work. Accounts slash stats does not. We just did, right? So you're seeing it here on screen, right? Businesses slash that slash quotas works. But then we do slash accounts slash stats. What do you mean specifically by encode? And yeah, hold on. Hack Forge, is that Jack Forge? Did you just change up your name? Did I just make that connection? Okay. Just curious. There is a like major Twitter personality named Jack Forge. He is also streamed here on Twitch, and we have seen him before. So I don't know. I was just curious. So like this value is only for documentation. All right, like that value is exactly like what we're kind of talking about. Yeah, there's definitely something we're doing wrong here. But we got to figure it out. And that's the tough part. All right, we can pour another beverage, but yeah, we do have to think about this. Ah, shit. No, it's failing out before we even get into the page because get account fails because we are not getting a specific account. That was it. It was actually a middleware. So yeah, the path was not the problem. It was actually like the way we were trying to fetch middleware for what is in like our path. So, I mean, it was related to the path, but our middleware couldn't derive an account ID value, which means we couldn't fetch it, which means it was a 404. All right, so now we have a huge error on that page. That's a 500 sad panda. And let me check this message. You got a job and you basically need to build a backend for a restaurant, and they told you to choose the stack. Thing is, you wanted to get experience with Java, but for this specific project, you think Node.js would be better. What do you do? I don't think there's enough information to make that choice. Why do you think Node.js would be better? And when you say backend for a restaurant, I think you need to describe that more as well. For the most part, you're always going to get like an it depends, but I'm asking you these questions so that you can help evaluate the problem better as well. So far, you haven't given us any information that dictates whether one would be better or worse. And in fact, I think in most cases, it doesn't actually matter because the back end is typically just create, read, update, delete. Who gives a shit? So I would say describe the application better because back end for a restaurant is still pretty broad. Are you talking e-commerce and people can order through it? Like, describe the functionality you're needing. All right, let me get more music going. But man, yeah, I loved that song just now. God, I haven't heard that song in ages. All right. I think Synthwave belongs in a museum, though. If I were asked to estimate and decide a stack for a project, I would simply push back on the salesperson saying I don't have enough information at that point. Like in projects I've worked on where I had to do that kind of thing. So I just simply think, Latuga, you need to be more explicit about what it needs to do. And that's up to you. I would say concentrate on shorter answers to make this more of a conversation. We don't need an essay from you. Part of your task is to actually distill your descriptions into the information that we own, like only the information we need. But yeah, what's up, Kyle? Nope. How you doing? Saw your comment over on YouTube. Appreciate you. Here's another thing, Latuga. Are you the only person at that company? Like when you say you got a job, are you contracting or are you salary? Are there other devs that work there? I don't know. There's just too much to consider that you just haven't given us. What country do you live in? That's fine. So you responded to that part. We need the other info too. What do you mean by back end for a restaurant? Where people can order food through the website. I would push back immediately and say you should be using something off the shelf. You should be wiring up to some other software as a service that handles that part. Second question. Do you think you need server-side rendering of the client-side pages? What backend services have you evaluated for that? Right? Have you looked at any existing restaurant order software? I know they exist. You should probably not be building that from scratch if you're asking us these questions. Zen Chef. All right. So integrating with Zen Chef or any other software as a service should be your goal at this point. Because they can handle the integration with something like Micros or whatever they're using for their point of sale system at the restaurant. Right? So that's your number one choice. Beyond that, you can do basically anything. Java versus Node.js doesn't matter. It's just glue. To that effect, to do the right thing, like due diligence-wise, consider what is the most popular language in your area that they could hire your replacement for. And I'm not saying they're going to replace you consciously, but what if you get hit by a bus? Or what if you win the lottery? Or what if you get a way better job? How easy is it going to be for them to backfill your role? You should make your decision based on that more than anything. When you say a lot of opportunities, does that mean there's also a lot of other developers that are experienced with it? If so, that might be a good choice. When you say overkill, I disagree. Here's my next point. Do you have experience spinning up infrastructure for scalable hosting of Java? If not, nah, you're fucking up. Right? If you're not experienced with like hosting infrastructure and spinning up and maintaining that stuff, you should probably be setting them up with a host that makes that easier as well. Once you actually check off these boxes and think about it, your decision actually gets made for you. First job in the field, that's why you're so nervous, which is why I would heavily lean on not doing the hosting yourself, right? Not setting up the infrastructure yourself, using software as a service and scaling providers that handle scale, like, hosting providers that handle scale for you. Which is why, I don't know, at this point, yeah, if you're consuming something like ZenChef, you need server-side rendering, you don't want to handle scaling it yourself, you probably should be looking at something that is really easy to host in a lot of different places. And that does kind of lend itself towards Next.js or Remix or something. In this case, I would actually think Remix is probably the better option, but I would not recommend self-hosting your own like Node.js infrastructure and doing it on like a VPS or some bullshit. Especially for your first job. I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you have the confidence to say you know better, which, at that point, like, why are you even asking us? So this comes down to not the language, even though I do think picking the language that would be easy for them to hire a replacement for you for would be worthwhile. If you're doing this as a contract, then especially consider that they may have to pay someone else in the future after your contract is over and they're looking to cut corners and pay someone less. So yeah, at that point, your decision should, number one, be what language would they be able to hire someone else for to fill in? Number two, what language would you be able to host easily without setting up your entire like VPS and scalability and all that bullshit? And then after that, the language and framework matters, right? It's fine. But yeah, like, just in the future when you're doing contracting work like this, the best contractors set up their client to not need them. If you do that right, you actually establish job security because you actually did your job well. If you do it wrong, it's actually a really short path to burnout because you get stuck with a client, right? Because you're the only one that can handle doing that thing, so you feel handcuffed to them. If you set it up to where the project could be picked up by anybody else over contract as well, you can walk away without a hit to your conscience. The best contractors set themselves up to be replaced. And by doing so, you actually establish a lot of like trust. Like, say that. Let them know, like, hey, you know, I could win the lottery tomorrow and I might not want to work on this project anymore, right? If I win the lottery, I'm heading to Hawaii, right? I'm setting you guys up to still be successful without me. That's a good way of establishing trust with your client as well. Even though you're saying, like, I would leave if I hit the lottery. Who wouldn't? You know? Who wouldn't? That shouldn't be a negative thing. Now, if you want to phrase it a different way, what if I get hit by a bus? So you know the client better. You can use either one of those scenarios to help sell the point that you are setting them up to replace you if they need to. And you can build trust that way as well. But definitely do not build any system from scratch. You are just gluing together a software as a service with whatever rendering framework on top of it. Because the software as a service is going to handle the heavy lifting of tying into their point of sale system. So yes, I get it. You're trying to get your feet in the field. That often involves contracting first. I often look at contracting as a good way to get into the industry, but you don't want to be a contractor forever because you're going to really shoot yourself in the foot and not get the experience you actually need as an engineer. So you start off contracting just to get some experience so that some company might actually hire you, which is also why you want to set yourself up to not be a forever employee, because you eventually want to get a salary job on which you work on a team and you deal with actual software development, real software dev, not just contracting. And then after you've done that, you can go back to contracting because you know better. But I do not think contracting is the right approach for learning how the industry works. It's just the right approach to get enough stuff on your resume to get that first job, the first real job, first salary job. Now, keep in mind, I'm biased because that's what I did. I started out contracting knowing that I didn't want to do it forever. Yeah, no worries, Ray of Hope. Yeah, cheers. I do just got to say, Ray of Hope, I really appreciate you for being, just a really, really cool viewer coming from the community you came from. And I don't know, there's, the conspiracy theory, theorist in me. Are you that streamer? If so, dude, you're welcome with open arms. I really do think there was one bit where we got off on the wrong foot. But I really enjoyed the product he was making on stream. Or you were making. Wink. Tomato, tomato. Not a big deal if you are them or not them. But I really liked their product. I just think there was a little bit of meh. Okay. Yeah, just throwing it out there. Just saying. I would actually welcome them back happily into this stream. Their community? Most of their community? Nah. But them? Absolutely. I think we had one mod who isn't even, here anymore be a little harsher in their comments, and they took that to heart in a really negative way. So, yeah, no worries. Appreciate you. And, yeah, get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. I think the product they were making was actually really fucking cool. I hope the reason they stopped streaming is because that product took off and they just didn't have time anymore. I really hope that's the reason they don't stream anymore. It was the recruiting thing. So it was like the job interview thing. Trying to eliminate bias in the interview process. I think it's, yeah, an amazing idea. Amazing product, and I really liked what they were building. That was it. Yeah, Hire Proof. Yep. I didn't remember the name of it. I just remember what it did. I think it was a great idea. Like, really cool. I hope they have success with it. Anything that makes the hiring process better for everybody involved, oh my God, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. They got some good funding for it. So yeah, maybe they just realized that they didn't need to stream it anymore. And they got like bigger fish to fry. Awesome. One second there, Latuga. Oh, yeah, hold on. They thought that was a link because .it is a valid TLD. One second. He was working on a podcast Node.js app? Oh, interesting. Are you maybe mixing them up with Rock's codes? Because Rox was working on a podcast thing for sure. I'm just throwing it out there. Rox's thing is like fully a thing. Yeah. They're outside of our price range at GetKraken because we do have like a BS podcast, but we're not trying to monetize our podcast at all. Like not in like any major way. But yeah, Rox's thing, like he's got an investor, like all that shit. Like I hope he's massively successful. He's like in the price point where he's competing directly with like Spotify's Megaphone. So I understand that, Latuga. The key would be if they want like more control over some of the marketing pages. So that's where you might build out the marketing pages and like hit the software as a service to bring some data into those pages. And then maybe with like a subdomain or like a sub path, you would actually just fully like proxy the software as a service. But this is more like, does the restaurant want to have a homepage that they have full control over? That's where you might end up having like a front end that consumes that software as a service, and technically consuming that software as a service would involve like a back end to proxy it. So Latuga, if you're not familiar with the term, back end for front end. BFF, back end, right? Back end for front end is a pattern that is probably worth understanding a bit. I don't know if any of these articles are actually the right article, but once you understand the keywords for it, you'll kind of understand what you're trying to build. So I would say, yes, those software as a service platforms that you're looking at are the main thing, and like all money and like all that, the bullshit of it should go through them. But you may end up doing a front page, like a home page that is like fully styled and special for the client, right? Like exactly how they want it to look. And then some sub page is just that software as a service or some subdomain, depending on how much effort you want to put in. But you can still bring in some data from that, right? Like daily special kind of BS on that homepage. That would be your back end for front end consuming the software as a service and making it easier for the front end to consume. Technically, your back end for the front end you're building, right? The BFF would be the place where like the API key is abstracted because you can't put that on the front end. Does that make sense? So yes, I think you may still end up going with a remix or an XJS or whatever to consume data from the software as a service onto the home page, and then some sub page is actually like just totally the software as a service, or maybe some subdomain, etc. So maybe you do restaurantname.com as this like Next.js app, and you bring in the daily special on that page, right, using your backend for front end. But then when someone goes to actually like click to order, they get redirected to order.restaurantname.com. And then bam, right? Super easy. That is probably the architecture I would aim for. But again, I know very little about it. This is really your job. I'm just throwing out the recommendation. That's all. It's up to you to validate that recommendation. That's a good question, Dr. Dumenberg. Yeah, for sure. Right? Like, make sure that whatever software as a service you're looking at is able to integrate with their point of sale system. Because you want to make sure that any payment is at least being recorded where they're going to do their, like, you know, end of month or even end of pay period reconciliation stuff, right? So they can do their invoicing, their taxes, like all that bullshit. You want all of that to flow through whatever system they're using for point of sale at the restaurant itself. Micros is one big company. I know there's other companies that do point of sale for restaurants as well, but make sure you know what they're using for point of sale and that whatever software as a service you recommend can tie into that seamlessly. So yeah, no worries, Latuga. Happy to, you know, describe and talk about that. Toast is another big one. Clover, I'm less familiar with. Like, I feel like Toast is one of those ones that's like web native. So Toast and like even like Block and some of those companies have like a restaurant point of sale system they might maintain. But some legacy restaurants are still on like Micros for like in-restaurant billing and all that stuff. So tying into those systems is important. So it depends on how old or new the restaurant is, as an example. Older restaurants are probably still on Micros. It's a new restaurant? So yeah, I would definitely double check. Say you're doing your research, you're looking into integrations, etc., and make sure you know what point of sale system they use. That is probably the most important information you could gather from them right now. And one of the most important like things to make your decision on your integration. Square is probably what I was thinking of, not Block. Good catch. I believe Square is part of Block, which is probably why I mixed that up. But yeah, good call. Yeah, Square. Square was the one I was really thinking of. Block just owns Square. But okay, hold on. So, ad starts. We'll just do a snooze real quick. Mr. Canman, the Canman can. You built an app in Python using ChatGPT that migrates thousands of blah, 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 blah. There's currently no tool available. Should you pitch this to your company or try to market this on the side yourself? Did you develop it on company hardware and company time? If so, they own it. That's actually a very simple question. Your computer, your time. So that's a little more up in the air. Yeah, that part's tougher. What country do you live in? That's going to matter a lot as well. The US? And are you a contractor or a salaried employee? Full-time salaried employee. So yeah, that's where it gets tough. Because a good lawyer on their side would be able to argue that you wouldn't have made that application without them. At which point, you trying to go solo with it, they could claim ownership. So that one's tough. And I am not a lawyer. Yeah, at this point, Mr. Canman, I don't think I can actually give you any advice on that. Because I'm just not a lawyer. I cannot advise you in any way to go with that. I think some of this stuff is going to come down to what state you're in, even at that point. But I'm at least like validating your concerns. Yeah, the ownership problem is really tough. Yeah, beyond that, I don't think I can give you any actual advice. I would consult a lawyer if you have the money. Yeah, like a quick consultation could be totally worth it. Couple $100 just to figure it out. Finding the right lawyer to consult, that's actually the hard part. Right? I would specialize in lawyers that specialize in intellectual property. So find yourself a good intellectual property lawyer. But I'm also not a lawyer. Yeah, don't quote me. Yeah, exactly there. Dr. Demonbrig. Yeah, great call. It's a valid question, Mr. Canman. You are definitely right. In so far as I can understand it, it's a good call to do it on your own time, on your own machine. Is it something they tasked you to do? Or is it something you decided to do on your own volition? That would be another thing that you should just at least like know the answer to when speaking with a lawyer. And be honest, like don't lie to the lawyer. There is nothing to be gained from lying to the lawyer. You can lie to us all you want. Don't lie to the lawyer. Like, just don't do it. Because you have lawyer-client confidentiality. They can't share that. Yeah, your employee handbook and agreement that you signed. Yeah, I would look at your contract as well. I would say that you can take inspiration from stuff you do on the job and make a startup. But if they gave you a task and you decided to do that task elsewhere on your own time, that would be fuzzy. So yeah, again, I don't know. This is where like a lawyer who has passed the bar exam would be far more valuable for an insight like that. So yeah, thank you for thinking I could answer that question. I wish I could. All right, so what we're doing right now. Yeah, like, I think you were basically just looking for validation of your concerns. And I think we were able to give you that at least. The part that makes me sad is I'm pretty sure there are other streamers that would totally have just given you an answer. Man. And I don't know specifically who those streamers are. I'm just saying, like, we know they're out there, right? I don't know who they are, but I know they're out there, just statistically. It's the law of probability at this point. So I'm glad you came here. All right, so what we're looking at is this stats endpoint, totally broken. Just fucked. Just the worst. We could look at what the error was. I don't think that error is actually important. Because, yeah, everything we're doing on that page is just predicated on old data. But let me get more music going. Sorry. I just realized the album ended. Boop, boop, boop. Has anyone else noticed that like 99% of the time, if I play The Synthwave Belongs in a Museum album, I'm going to follow it up with this one? Like 99% of the time, those two albums are going to be played back to back. Which I'm okay with. All right, so hold on. The endpoint that failed. Yeah. Properties of undefined, blah, blah, blah. Default props, properties. Here we go. Connection refused. Balances. Quotas. I just think the server was like restarting when we did that. Now, I think that's fine. Okay, so if we go look at it, inspect, console. Hey, code drift, Mr. Sir. Aw, and I appreciate you. I was wondering why we hadn't seen you say hi yet today. Wait a minute. How was I... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I wasn't even following you yet. What? I think Twitch just dropped it. I just think Twitch dropped the ball on that one. How was I not following you yet? It might have been one of those things where when I shouted you out before, I didn't even notice that I wasn't following you yet. So that's my bad. I'm sorry. Because this is definitely not the first time you rated. Walter's going great. Yeah, we got some fixes for graphing stuff for balances. Now we got this data. We are currently now working on the overview page and some stuff for that. If you want to see what our plans for what we do next, like, yeah, fill in the overview page, and then we got way more stuff to do. Like, oh my God, we're going to have to implement like sandbox environment. And we even took the time to like project manager this shit. Sorry, yes, everyone from the raid, I swear a little bit. A little bit. Wink, wink. But yeah, like after estimating some of the stuff we got to do for pre-MVP, we're like a month out still. Oh, you were working in Stripes. You were swearing a bit too. I get it. Yeah, totally. I get it. So X Factor, I'll probably be using GitHub projects for this until I want to bring on other people and then probably use something else. But for me, like, yeah, we'll do that. Anything pre-MVP, I don't necessarily want to like task any differently. I think this notes file is good enough for now. But yeah, we're like at least a month out. Yeah, hence the kappa. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even look at the kappa. But okay, so we're doing Stripe stuff, and Umbriel. This is a Sony ZV-E10. The camera is actually less important. The lens. The lens is the thing that matters. So the lens... Sorry, I got it. Burps. It's like he's drinking whiskey or something. Do I have a command? That command is super out of date. Oh my God. Lens? No. All right, so yeah, I used to have an A5100 like 3 or 4 years ago. Probably like 2 or 3 years ago. It is currently the Sony ZV-E10 because I wanted to reuse the cameras, or not cameras, the lenses that I had. And the lens that I had, which, where do I even have that lens now? It's got like a fisheye and everything built in for it. Like, it's a really nice lens. No, that's not the camera I have anymore. No, Sony ZV-E10. I should update the command. And I'll do that right now. How about that? No, I get you. All right, so edit cam. I'm using a Sony ZV-E10 with a Sigma, I think it's the 16 millimeter f1.8 lens. So yeah, the Sigma, I believe it's a 16 millimeter ZV f1.8. The niceness is, yeah, that's a really nice set of glass, so it looks really crisp. But also, the f1.8 allows me to get like so much more light into the lens, like from these like meh like lights that I got on me. The f1.8 allows like the blurring of the background, which you don't see here, but if I were to switch to the scene where you would see it, you'd get it. But also, right, it allows me to have a shutter speed that makes this like a lot crisper as well. Your happy hour had a Doritos distilled spirit? Did you just drop a Doritos chip in your beverage and you just let it like chill for a bit? Is that it? Which means it's basically the same quality as Fireball. Boom, roasted. Yeah, Fireball is basically like you could pour just a whiskey and then sneeze some fucking like cinnamon into it. Empirical. Okay, hold on. I need to look at this. Chat, right? I get it. Yeah. Chat voted for chaos, as is tradition. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Chat woke up and chose violence. No, it actually looks okay. It's a Doritos mezcal. Right? I swear, I just saw that on the label too. It's a mezcal, but Doritos. The aftertaste is corn chip. Okay. Just like a Dorito. Boom, roasted. Boom, roasted. No, it sounds good. I'd check it out. I'd give it a try. Oh, empirical, not mezcal. Empirical. Okay. Like, what is the base? Is it a whiskey? Is it like a vodka? Rank all the happy hour drinks. There you go. They use koji? What the fuck is koji? I'm not familiar with koji. Noma. That's another I'm not familiar with. Like the Noma Noma guy? This guy? Wow, it needs more JPEG. Maya, Maya. There you go. That's the gesture. Yeah, exactly. All right, so him. He's the guy. All right, cool. That makes sense. I get it. Oh, you know him by name. Oh shit. A nacho cheese flavored vodka. Oh, interesting. Okay. Nacho cheese flavored vodka. I guess, yeah, vodka is probably the best base for anything like that. Like, at 42%, that means it's 84 proof. So it's more than just a liqueur. Very interesting. Okay. All right, so real quick, hold on. Someone had a question. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. What are we up to here? You're taking a break from unfonting a code base to watch me for a bit. So keep in mind, we had someone in here earlier, you know, that was getting a little more concerned about our font than they should have been. At which point I realized that whenever someone does that, I should absolutely substitute the word font for fuck. It's like, what the font are you talking about, man? No fonting way you care that much about a font. So that's kind of fun. So yeah, you're unfonting a code base. What we are working on is I have a software as a service I'm building. If you are building any kind of software as a service, you likely have quotas and balances that you need to like use to charge your customers. Right? So Waltr is the thing I'm building. Someone else already did it. Thank you, Code Drift. You read my mind. Get out of here, man. Get out of my head. Nah, well done. Appreciate you. And you know what? Hold on. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Deal with it. We're going to do that. Deal with it. Yeah, I knight you. You are now a knight of the booze table. Normally, I would knight you with the bong, but we're chilling. Yeah, cheers. So yeah, Waltr is basically to abstract out the idea of a balance or a quota. So if you are operating any kind of software as a service, you have some kind of quota about maybe the amount of requests someone can make per month or the amount of bandwidth you want to serve for a user. And once they start hitting the overage of that quota, you want to bill them or something, right? But do you want to build out the infrastructure for storing and recording that and doing all of that BS? I don't think so. Right? And that's at least what I'm banking on as a startup. I think most startups, anytime they're spending building out those systems, is time they're not actually building their product. Right? So very similar to like an auth as a service. I would say auth as a service is stickier, right? Once you're like using Clerk, you're kind of stuck with Clerk, right? For a long time. To replace Clerk is effort. To replace Waltr, maybe less effort. But if I can set my billing right, you probably don't need to replace it anyway because it's not going to cost you that much. And the amount of like dev time to replace it would dwarf what you would pay on a yearly basis, which is like the entire selling point of software as a service in general. So that's, that's my assumption. All right, so a quota, that's maybe runtime or data transfer. A balance might be, your game currency that you can pay for with real money or something. Red gems or blue gems or whatever in some like game, right? Where like, maybe that's not like real money based. As someone like does something in your game, they get some fake currency. You want to maintain the balance of that currency and deduct from it when they do some cosmetic store BS or something. Like, I don't know, man. We can abstract that out for you too. Like, consider the balance system as almost like how DigitalOcean works. Now, we're currently not doing the usage-based thing as part of the MVP, even though the entire like justification for me building Waltr originally was I want to build DigitalOcean's wallet as a service, right? So their wallet system I wanted to make as a service. I have since pivoted to be more than that because I realized that there's just more that startups need. After chatting with a lot of people at conferences, like when I was down in San Fran where I met Code Drift, I had already like talked to a bunch of people because I was down there for GitHub Universe. I had chatted with a lot of other people that were there in town for TechCrunch Disrupt, right? So there was a lot of like startup focused people. I was able to like pick their brains. So yes, we are currently in the middle of basically a pivot because of those conversations. So yeah, I think it's a valid thing. We've got maybe a month left of work based upon, the pace that I keep here on stream. So it could be a month and a half. And after I do that, I want to dog food Waltr into some other BS projects. Like I want to make maybe like a dub.co clone or a Formspree clone. Like I think Waltr is creating its own like niche, its own business. But to prove and dog food Waltr, I don't need to make up something new. I can just copy someone else's thing. Fuck it. Like super easy. But I can copy someone else's thing and do it with Cloudflare and maybe do like get those things into Cloudflare workers. What do they call it? Funding program, right? Their launchpad. So I think even if I don't have a novel idea with the things I want to dog food Waltr with, I still think I might be able to get accepted into like a program like this with those things. And I can dog food Waltr and prove out that business idea at the same time. Am I going to make it by March 15th? Nope. Not a chance in hell. I will probably apply before the product is even ready, just cuz. Like, what does application even look like? So they say each quarter. So I could actually just do it for the next quarter and we're good, right? I don't need to get in by the March quarter. I can just focus on the one after that. Hell yeah. No guarantee of funding. I get that. But it'd still be valuable to build something based upon Cloudflare because it's basically free if no one uses it, right? That's kind of my goal. So yeah, what's up, Einsenheim? Einsenheim, hold on. Were you the one yesterday that was asking about like JSX? Like separate from a framework? Was that you? I think it was someone else. I just want to double check. I think it was MDM. But I can't remember who it was. So I feel bad about that. Not you, you hate JSX. No, I get it. That's fine. We found a thing for that person, but yeah, it's not you, so you don't care. It's fine. JSX is just a fancy like version of HyperScript. Right? Nope. Not that HyperScript. This HyperScript. Yeah. Right, so if you've ever done any of the like front end style like Wasm based frameworks for Rust, you're very familiar with like this style of templating. And this is what really JSX boils down to as well. It's actually the same damn thing. It's just I think a cleaner syntax than this. So Eisenheim, like, the efficiency of it doesn't fucking matter. Who gives a shit? All of these things are broken down into a function anyway. Even Angular templates are turned into a function at compile time. It's all functions. It's functions all the way down. To worry about that shit for performance reasons doesn't fucking matter. Every single templating framework out there basically distills down to a function. It's still just a function. I would wonder what version of Vue that is. Caring about that performance is kind of meaningless because the framework can optimize that out from under you, right? The framework is actually just a top-level API. The performance is something they can fix. Every single framework is just a top-level API. I do agree that sometimes certain things cannot be used. Oh, 8 years ago? Sure, it could have mattered. What watch app were you building 8 years ago? Was there even an Apple Watch at that time? Were you trying to launch to a Fitbit? Oh, I'm game for story time. Like, dude, it's 7 o'clock on a Friday. Shit, what else would I do? A government watch? Oh shit. Okay, yeah, you got issues. No, so keep in mind, there are definitely like use cases where performance matters. The majority of cases they don't. But you're right. If you're optimizing for like niche hardware, like a watch, then yeah, sure, that matters. Keep in mind, Netflix has a similar concern for stuff that lives in like a set-top box. It's why they can't use something like styled components, because styled components have a runtime overhead. They do. Something like Tailwind, which is just CSS, doesn't. Right? Like the runtime overhead is just the CSS evaluation. Yeah. Styled components have a runtime overhead. They are evaluated at runtime rather than compile time. And then they're turned into CSS that is also then runtime. But CSS is massively optimized, so you don't need to worry about CSS performance in a lot of cases. You do need to worry about selector performance sometimes. Like a star selector is a nightmare, so, right? I do wonder how much of like the performance you hit could have been selector performance. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. But yeah, basically, Vape Juice Jordan. I don't know if anyone here has been on Twitch long enough to remember Vape Juice Jordan. He stopped streaming maybe like 2 years ago at this point. Maybe even longer than that. He used to work with Primogen at Netflix. VJJ was on the front end. Primogen did a lot of like more back-endy stuff, but they used to share a cubicle, you know? There's definitely some like stories I've heard about how much of a nightmare sharing that cubicle would be. I'm surprised they were friendly for as long as they were. I don't think I could be friends with someone that made me hear Jordan Peterson in the same cubicle more than once. No, thank you. I would have gotten fired from that job so quick. Like, oh, God. I would have been sent to Karen from HR for sure. Who do you think? Maybe you just got here. You did just get here. There were 2 streamers that used to work together at Netflix. Yeah. That's a really weird thing. To listen to on the job. Yeah. Well, just think about this, Crow. I mentioned one person and you didn't hear the other person. Could you just venture a guess? So Crow, yes, maybe you just haven't been here on stream long enough. There are a couple streamers that don't stream anymore that work at Netflix. So Trash Dev works at Netflix, but not Trash Dev. Vape Juice Jordan was the other one. But yeah, I'll just point out, like, man, I get it. I'd have a bit of a bias dealing with someone who would play something like that in the same cubicle. I get it. I get that too, but I would also just, I don't know. We don't need to get too deep into it, right? And there is definitely like a rift between those two that I just don't want to dig into. I already probably said too much, and that's my fault. My bad. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Not important. Not important. Let me get more music going, though. Yeah, like, don't you have headphones? Don't you have headphones? So yeah, that's like the wildest part to me. Like, why not just wear headphones? Which is why maybe I question the authenticity of the statement too. So, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's my bad for perpetuating it. I will say, of the two, despite politics, I consider Prime a more stand-up person. I'm just going to say that I feel like VJJ is a bit underhanded. Like, a bit two-faced from my interactions with him. I could be wrong. Prime does feel more honest, even if you don't agree with him. And I do kind of respect that more than someone who is less genuine. Yeah, Nori Seisenheim. I think the Launchpad program is actually really good. I think it's pretty damn cool. I wish I was ready to launch something for it right now. And who knows? I might even just, if we can get Waltr to a good place, I might actually, like, I might use Gaming Stream just for working on the thing I want to do the Cloudflare stuff for. I might totally do that. You don't think Prime has any hot takes on stream that aren't code or programming related, but these days you only catch them on YouTube, so you might have missed some. I mean, I'm not trying to naysay whatsoever. He is fairly right wing, and if you watch enough of his streams, you'll catch it. I don't think that's talking shit. That's me pointing out the facts. How you view what that fact means is on you. But I think he does a good job of trying to separate that for the most part. Like, he has a major overlap with young men today are getting left behind. Like, who else do we hear say that stuff? Who else do we hear say that stuff, right? That's just the lightest thing I'm willing to point out. He's actually been far more explicit at other times. But again, he does a pretty damn good job of separating that stuff. And I like that. So again, Prime and I differ on a lot of subjects. I still really enjoy hanging out and chatting with him when given the chance. At TwitchCon, that's usually the only place I've ever hung out with him. At TwitchCon, he's a really stand-up dude. I really actually like... I like in-person Prime more than I like on-stream Prime. Actually, like, personally. I really like in-person Prime. He's a good dude. We fundamentally disagree on so much. But that's okay, right? Disagreement is healthy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, dude. Again, I like Tej. I think he's a good dude. I think he actually has a conscience. But some of the political shit, both of them do. God damn it. Right? And that's the thing. Like, in person, when you're hanging out, it's not something anyone ever brings up. And it's actually really cool. And you can just hang out and you can be people together. But damn it, man. Some of the other shit, I got an issue with. And this is not the place for it. I don't want to make this comment. Like, honestly, I've gone too deep already. I had a rant about this on the gaming stream, calling out some other really right-wing tech people that are probably actually really nice in person. I know at least one of them. Like, awesome person. Super fun to hang out with. But man, we just really don't agree on some shit. And that's fine. And I don't want to name names. I get it. If you actually are on Twitter enough, you know who they are. You know. Dude, exactly, Einsenheim. I don't like it. Yeah, like, dude, the people who lean left just don't give a shit about being in the public eye and all that bullshit. But also, the platform that most of us see any of this stuff on only promotes the right-wing bias anyway. Fucking Elon, right? Or faunting Elon. So I think that's also the biggest part of the problem. Faunting Elon, man. Like, what the font? What a faunting asshole. But anyway, we can move on. I know. We're getting way too sidetracked. This is not the stream for that. I'll see y'all down by the docks. Einsenheim, did you copy and paste that from ChatGPT? You let your emotes and band do the talking around here. Damn right. No, I'm kidding, Einstein. I was just joking. I'm just having fun. I was just joking. All right, so back to this page. Yeah, we're going to wait to do the quotas and balances, but we can get the account stuff onto this page because we are getting account stats logged, right? Oh, no, not view page source. That was a misclick. Yeah, John Bon Jovi. That's like the account I use as like a joke account. I used to use David Copperfield, but John Bon Jovi's like shorter and easier to type, and still, I don't know, sounds kind of funny. So I just use it. Whatever. Brought up The Shining, and none of the three folks you were talking to had seen it. So wait, do you mean The Shining? No. I mean The Shining. We don't want to get sued. So that's a meta joke. All right, you mean actually The Shining, not just The Shining. All right. I thought you were making a Simpsons reference on top of a Shining reference, and I was actually like really stoked on you. Damn, Alan. I was gonna be like, damn, that is so meta. I'm so meta, even this acronym. I'll spell it out for people that need that. Hold on, if I could type. So meta. Oh god. We're in the wrong file for this. God damn it. Even. God, this is the wrong thing. This acronym. Right? So turn that statement into an acronym. And here we go. I'm so meta, even this acronym is meta. I didn't come up with that. I stole it from some like internet meme 10 years ago, which basically makes it mine now, right? 10 years on the internet, that's basically fucking public domain now, right? It's like 80 years in real life. Damn right. Okay? Just saying. I actually think this comes from an XKCD. I'm pretty sure that's an XKCD. I'm almost positive. Hold on. Now I gotta find out. XKCD, I'm so meta. The lucky 10,000. All right, hold on. Hofstadter. I think this is the one. Yeah. So, what's this? Douglas Hofstadter's 6-word autobiography. After all, those 700-page tomes, I guess he wanted to try for brevity. Let's see. I'm so meta, even this acronym. Whoa. Yeah, I think he nailed it. This is the reference implementation of the self-referential joke. So Douglas Hofstadter, right? Like, let's look him up. How about that? He talks about computer science, and his research talks about the sense of self in relation to the external world, right? Which is super meta. Consciousness, analogy making, strange loops, artificial intelligence, and bullshit in mathematics and physics. I believe that's algorithms, right? So a lot of this stuff is very like meta. It's about like the thought behind the thought, right? The study of human understanding. Well, first you got to understand human understanding to understand the study of human understanding. Which is super fucking meta, isn't it? So yeah, I just want to say, like, I am less familiar with it, but XKCD made the joke. And the joke, holy shit, like, keep in mind, this is 917. That's a 3-digit XKCD. When was this even published? Like, what the fuck? Like, when is this even from? This has got to be like 2009 or some shit. Oh, you sweet summer child, Crow. Sans bullshit sans. you can actually do this yourself. You can set your default font to sans bullshit sans for certain websites, and it makes your internet browsing experience so much fucking better. It makes reading about agile development so much fucking better. I will simply say, if you're about to give an online presentation to a couple thousand people, turn this font off. It's like some stoner made this mistake during a presentation talking about Rust and stuff. Yeah, many, like, honestly, X Factor, it's completely accurate. Right? Many software development practices emerge from the BS mindset. There's nothing false about that statement. There's nothing actually false about that statement. Let's see what they're actually saying. From the agile mindset. Nah, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit right now. Big data and cloud. Oh, totally bullshit. 100% bullshit. 1000% bullshit. Customer bull fucking shit over contract negotiation. Hold on. Let's see what they're saying. Customer collaboration. Oh, fucking bullshit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. It replaces the word synergy. Oh, I mean, we can test it. No, I'm not drinking just water. I'm drinking bullshit. Yeah, boom. I'm drinking the synergy of ligatures, okay? Yes, synergy is absolutely censored out. You're welcome, everyone. All you have to do is go to your Chrome browser settings or any other browser settings. Go to your fonts. Customize your fonts. And I think it's your sans serif font, but I forget which. I think it's the sans serif. If you replace your default sans serif font, Wikipedia becomes so much better. I just simply set it for standard and serif as well, just because. You're welcome. You're welcome. I should probably make a YouTube short out of that. Honestly, it's kind of a fun moment where, like, oh, shit, I just realized I left my default font on. I'm sorry, everyone. What that word actually is blank. And then you'll get a chuckle out of everyone. Right? Do it. Or not even the Emperor meme. No, it's the Starsky and Hutch, like, remake meme. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You can absolutely make websites in Java. Absolutely. For sure. You're not going to get like really good server side or sorry, like client side dynamicness from it. But yeah, you can totally build a template in any language you want, right? Give it a template, pass the data into it, render the template, and serve it from an API endpoint. Boom, that's a website, dude. So yeah, Crow, you can totally do that. You can just do things. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. Alrighty then. Ooh, good dance move while I went pee. That is a solid emote. Oh my god. Touche. Why do people pick one language over another? Cringe. Elitism. Bullshit. Sorry, synergy. Total synergy. That's the entire reason pick like one language over the other. It's 100% synergy. Bullergy or sinner shit. However you want to phrase it. Touche. Tomato, tomato. How you can get better at leak code problems? By doing leak code problems. That's actually the answer to a lot of things. How do I get better at snowboarding? By snowboarding more. How do I get better at doing tricks on rails on a snowboard? By doing tricks on rails on a snowboard more. How do I get better at programming? By programming more. It's actually the simplest thing in the world. How do I get better at blank? By doing blank. Don't tell me about blank, I'll tell you about blank. You're welcome. Yeah, damn right. Shit. Don't you tell me about your welcome, I'll tell you about your welcome. Yeah, the fact of the matter is, the majority of the you're welcomes I would do would be actually like passive aggressive you're welcomes. It's not just like you're welcome. It's you're welcome. Right? Like, dude, the majority of your welcomes would be actually passive aggressive. It's something I should fix about myself. I get it. I get it. You're welcome. That's the implied part. Sorry, you need to put like the and go fuck yourself part in parentheses. That's the implication. It's about the implication. Is this how you wanted those poor coders to feel? If you're new to stream, every other sentence out of my mouth is a reference to something. Yeah. It's about the implication. No, we're not going to do anything to them. Like, no, they're totally safe. But it's about the implication. Wait a minute. Are we the tasty treats? Oh, God. And we're out here on this boat. Is this how you wanted those poor women to feel? Yeah, what's up, Mr. Faberdev? Yeah, I like how, oh, God, why am I spacing on his name? Dennis. I love how Dennis starts out as just, like, creepy and then goes, like, progressively more serial killer as the show goes on. Like, that's his version of, like, Flanderization. If you're not aware of the term Flanderization, in shows, people start out normal. And then over time, they become a parody of their original version. Flanders on The Simpsons was just the nice neighbor. Howdly doodly. And then he became like a parody of that neighbor. Right? So the Flanderization of a character is actually like well noted in all sorts of like TV and cinema and all that stuff. It happens even in cinema as like sequels get made. It doesn't happen specifically within like one film, but as a character exists into multiple films. Like, look at Fast and the Furious. Every single character that has been in more films than one has Flanderized into like a crazy like parody of their original selves. Right? The films have become Flanderized. Right? Flanders was just the clean-cut neighbor. And now he's like the crazy Christian neighbor, you know? Flanderization is actually a major thing that every single TV show goes through. You can even trace it back way before The Simpsons. Like, look at Taxi. Like, look at Mary Tyler Moore. Like, oh my God, like every single show has exhibited what is basically categorized now as Flanderization. But it's existed since the dawn of television. Since the dawn of the serial, probably like before television and even in radio. No, so you're missing that X factor. Dwight was always actually like a human being. Like beyond the first season. First season doesn't count. First season was a direct copy of the UK season. After the first season, the showrunners realized they couldn't follow the same pattern that The Office followed in the UK. In the UK, the entire thing, like everyone is cringe. Right? You're supposed to hate the majority of people on the show. In the US version of The Office, they realized that no, hating every character actually is not sustainable. So instead, you have to like redeem and humanize every character. But just because the goal originally was to humanize them, every character afterwards Flanderizes in a crazy fucking way. Besides, like, the characters they introduced later that are already Flanderized, because the show was Flanderized already, right? So, like, Robert California was already Flanderized. Like, there's no Flanderizing Robert California because he was created as a Flanderization of probably the character they wrote originally. Same with Aaron. Same with, like, dude, I could go deep. I could go way deep on this shit. Even Andy. Andy's a late addition. Andy was already pretty flanderized, but he even goes like over the top even more, which is kind of gnarly. And I know we haven't written a lick of code. Come on, it's a Friday night. We've done already a bunch of work today. We can do more. We can definitely do more. And I'd like to do at least a little bit more before we call it a day, but man, these conversations are so fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm flanderizing myself at this point. I started out as a streamer, like, actually, like, getting shit done the entire time I streamed. Nowadays, I'm a parody of my original self. Even streamers can't escape it. Even streamers can't escape the flanderization where they find a thing that nails it and then they just dig deeper into it. Oh, Orange Knight, you sweet summer child. You can get it yourself. You can marvel at the glory of that font in your own editor if you want. I believe in you. Why the font do you think I need to actually like showcase my font? When you can fonting do it yourself. I really like replacing the word fuck with font at this point whenever someone's bringing up the font. Oh, that feels so good. Do I have a sore throat? I don't, but I am yelling a bit. Because I like to rant. Oh, I like to rant. Oh, I like to rant. Oh, buddy. Yeah, the more I yell, the more, like, gritty my voice gets. But no, I don't have a sore throat at all. I could talk with a perfect diction, and my voice isn't even that hoarse. Howdily doodly, neighborino. Oh shit, am I pulling a Thor at the moment where I totally just hit my second puberty, obviously. Duh. No, when you hit the age of 33, you totally hit like a second puberty. Duh. Obviously. I don't know what you're talking about. My voice has always been this way. Seriously, at the age of 33, I totally hit a second puberty. It happens, okay? All right. Does everyone hate Thor because of World of Warcraft? I mean, he didn't do himself any favors. It simply made people recognize other things. Dude, I do need to bring back the voice modifier. That would be good. I just haven't reset up those VSTs. X Factor remembers, right? I totally used to have like a deep voice, a high pitched voice, and even like a robot voice, like Shersa, like "Do you believe in life after love?" Like that used to be like really good. That used to be really good when I would throw those those effects on. People went really deep into stuff that he actually did. It's not like they made stuff up. They didn't fabricate clips. No, he actually did that shit. So yeah, like he may have publicly, with that entire group, melted down. But you know what? No one forced him to pull the thing he did 6 months ago, where he's like, whoever did that, totally banned. Why would you pull that? And then someone clips it, and 15 minutes later, like, well, technically, you're the one that did it. You pulled that mob. Well, it's not about pulling the mob. No, that's not the problem. Like, come on, man. Come on. Could you just be at least a little self-aware? Just a little bit. He was on such a huge trajectory until he fucking blew it by just being himself. Luckily, I don't have that problem. I can be myself, but I already blew it. I blew it before I even needed to be myself. I blow it being myself weekly. So we're good to go. It's not a surprise to anyone. I mean, his numbers have massively tanked comparatively. You can actually look at it. He was at like 15 to 20K really easy. Now he's at like 6 to 10. Now, most of us would fucking kill for those numbers, but just recognizing 50% of your original viewership is a problem. You know how I know? I'm looking at it right now. But also, my peak viewership was during COVID, and that doesn't quite count. But I do recognize the more I'm a jerk, the more my numbers tank. So yes, I should probably be better. But the more I fake it, the more I burn out on streaming a bit. So I got to find the balance of like authenticity and not being a jerk. No, the drama is actually a flaw. No. The drama is a problem. Drama is not sustainable. Nah, I'm sorry. Like, Thor hit his numbers without drama. Thor's numbers tanked the moment he had drama, right? The beef is actually detrimental. Beef is not sustainable. There are some people that tune in for me being a jerk. Those people don't stick around. They're not there all the time. They're not there when I go live in the morning. They're there when I'm here at the end of stream. Because they know with a couple whiskeys, I might make a mistake. So keep that in mind, right? Like, drama is not something anyone should shoot for. Drama is not something anybody should shoot for. It's not valuable. Any gain you get from it is momentary. It's ephemeral. It's bullshit. Right? It's synergy. No one should actually aim for drama-driven growth. I don't think you need to be good at programming. No. I'm sorry, Coveran. Nope. If anything I said made that seem the case, no, I disagree. There are awesome streamers who would themselves not say they're the expert. So I hope I'm not being a jerk about saying this. Right? There are a bunch of streamers in the category that themselves would say they're not the expert. but they're actually like really cool to be around. They're really fun to just chat and hang out with. And I really want to hesitate by calling them out, but you know who they are, and they know who they are, and they're fucking awesome. They're great. Like, I love their streams. There are so many non-expert streamers that are killing it. And they get 100+ people watching every single time they go live. And right? Like, they don't have to be the expert. They just have to be fun to be around. And I have that as a problem. Also, I'm not the expert at everything either. Like, come on. I'm only human. But I'm also just less fun to be around sometimes. I agree. I would probably not watch me at times as well. I don't like watching jerks. So yeah, that's on me. I'm trying to be better. I will agree that sometimes the whiskey makes me think I can just be a jerk. No, I can't. I can't be a jerk. I do want to be authentic, and that's important to me. Like, authenticity is the only thing I actually care about. If it ever feels like I'm not being me, any of my regulars, please call me out. Because that would be the thing that burns me out the most. If I'm faking it just for numbers, dude, that shit's unsustainable. There's no way I could do that. Thank you, Alan. Like, I would massively respect you saying that. Every single person who's a regular, who's been here for a long time, who's here on a regular basis, you'd love to see me try to fake it? I feel like you've probably seen it, and I don't do it intentionally. When I get a massive raid, I don't feel like myself. Do you think today is a fake stream? Wait, really, Crow? I've told numerous people to fuck off. Like, are you kidding me? I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, you meant I should, like, start being fake from now? No. I don't want to do that. I would burn out. I would burn out so quick. There are definitely times where I can't even dictate that I do it. But when I get massive rage from Theo or Prime or whatever, I do feel like I lean more towards fake than me. Thank you for letting me know it's not that bad, but I definitely do feel more fake. Right? Like the enthusiasm, like the energy of it. I'm not a high energy person. Yeah, Unreal, I get that. Yes, I like to get more work done. We've got a bunch of work done already. I'm definitely of the mindset where if I get shit done, I am happy to just rant and chat. But I'd like to get more done. There's a mix of that. Often, once I start drinking the whiskey, the less caring about getting shit done happens. But I do like to get shit done, and I think we've already done that. Which is why I was like, okay, even having the whiskey. But, yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I do need to read the rest of the statements. I need to get more music going first, though. Like, come on, man. Yeah, authenticity is like my biggest part of my brand, in my opinion. To a fault. I will say, authenticity to a fault. Sometimes, when being real goes wrong, you know? I don't like people playing on my phone, right? Like, if anyone's actually watched, like, Chappelle's show, right? When keeping it real goes wrong, I've definitely got those moments. And I apologize. Some really good people get caught in the crossfire. So, Umpriel, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. The whiskey is just Woodford Reserve. I do have a bottle of Basil Hayden. I also have another bottle I'm kind of saving for like a special occasion. Maybe like the MVP or something. So hold on. Let me catch back up. I know I'm missing some stuff. So the top YouTube channel for a beginner trying to get into coding. Oh, to Sicaria. Hold on 1 second. I don't know about YouTube channel. I don't know if they even have one. 100 devs. Right? Leon Noel. The Product Hunt 24-hour streamathon. Ooh, there you go. I probably won't even do Product Hunt until I've done like the dog fooding of my own thing. But I do need to do a Product Hunt for Githium, right? I haven't done the Product Hunt for Githium. We'll do a little bit of work on that just to like make sure it's solid before we do that. I haven't done the Product Hunt Githium launch. We should totally do that, right? If you don't know Githium, please check it out. I'm really proud of that project. I am so proud of that project. That was really fun. I won the hackathon, like all that stuff. There's always more to do. I think Terso turned off the database, so I gotta actually like restart the database if people want to save stuff. But yeah, hold on. X Factor, you might not have seen this. In our notes, we actually did start estimating some of these projects. It's fuzzy. I would say around a month left of work before MVP is done. But even then, some of the stuff in longer term, we might reclassify as MVP. We're going to have to look at that, but not until we get this shit done, because all of the stuff in pre-MVP suite is absolutely necessary. So we're like a month away. Ish. Month and a half, month and a week, month and a couple days. I don't know. Oh, you're asking about Githium. Oh, for Githium? I think we're actually ready. I'm just waiting for the right day to do it. And I think Githium is like a weekend launch project rather than like a weekday launch project. Because weekdays, we'd be competing against like actual businesses with a following. Like, as an example, I don't want to ever have to compete against AppRite for placing a thing I make on Product Hunt's like top 10. Because they have an entire audience. They have so much that will like, dude, it'll push us down so much. And weekdays, you do deal with that, where like these open source projects that have a lot of backers and fans and all that, and a major like social media presence where they have thousands upon thousands of followers, they will push you right on out of the top 10. So for a side project, nah. Githium is a weekend Product Hunt launch. And we could do it this weekend even. I'm thinking next weekend, probably earliest, because there's probably something we got to do for it. But yeah, for Githium, we're actually there. I just want to do a little bit to make sure we're there. I probably need to do some like social media sharing stuff, like the Open Graph tags and all that. I probably need a little bit there. But just not something I care about right now. So hold on, I have missed a couple other comments. Hold on. To stream programming X thing, you need to be good at programming. How is your audience treating you? So real quick, my audience treats me well, and I did respond to it. Like, you don't have to be the expert. You just need to be fun to chat with. You need to actually engage chat when they chat. The biggest problem I see other streamers do, Coveran, if you're still out there, I don't know, you totally could have left, is they think they need to get shit done as their main focus. No, your main focus is chat. It really is. Your main focus is chat. Building an audience, building a community, and being fun to talk to. Oh no, I'm real like... I can rant for days. I think my self-awareness and my ranting were actually like one and the same. They were intertwined, like underwater basket weaving. You know, like those fibers were already intertwined. Not even a big deal. Yeah, cover in. I think, yeah, start streaming. There's no better time than now. I recommend wholeheartedly that you need a camera. Your camera could just be your iPhone. Right? An iPhone is actually better than most baseline webcams you would get. Dude, thank you, Code Drift. I really appreciate that so much. But don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I don't want that pressure. That's all you. Shit. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. every other sentence out of my mouth is a movie reference, or at least a TV show reference. Yeah, there you go. You got a friend VTubing. There you go. Perfect, right? It's not only me. Don't you put that on me. But yeah, like, streaming is one of the best things I've ever done. For my career, for my learning, for me becoming better at what I do, for being able to talk to it, for me being able to pivot into DevRel. Yeah, I consider streaming to be the best thing I could have done for my career. Personally. Everyone else's path is different. For me specifically, yeah, streaming is the best thing I could have done. And I really do have... I don't remember what his title was. It was probably VP of some bullshit or something. Not literally, right? But the kid, and I really do mean kid, that started Beam, that became Mixer, I interviewed with them at one point because a previous coworker worked for them and got me the interview, which is huge. I blew the interview, not in the first step, not in the second step, but in the third step where like the longtime Microsoft guy didn't want to be there. He was yawning within 30 seconds of me being in the interview with him. That was one of the worst, like, bits of an interview I've ever had. The other two bits were really fucking good. Like, oh my God, super fucking good. The first one, I was with Connor Pete or something like that, who's on the VS Code team. He's like publicly viewable with that. Super cool, dude. Right? I had to implement basically an algorithm to do emote stuff. Right? Like, you know, the thing that we see here in chat where I do like smile face and then other face. Hold on. If I could type. Oh my God. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong key. That's why. Right? If I do smile face and then like tongue out face and then some other bullshit like CM Griff Pog, right? If I do all those, right? Mixer had an algorithm to turn a chat message into the emotes that made up that chat message because you're typing just raw text when you do it. That was part of their interview process. I implemented that while I was chatting with this dude. I went and ran it like after chatting with him. First try. Oh, failure. I missed the 0 case for an empty string. All right, hold on. Fix that one bug. Boom. All tests pass. While I was just chatting with this dude. I fucking nailed it on that part. And then the second interview was chatting with like the previous owner / CEO of Beam that became Mixer, right? They started out as like a Minecraft hosting company. Just going out to lunch with that dude, eating some amazing prime rib at Microsoft. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, Microsoft's cafeteria is legit. Like, really good. Oh my God. Like, the prime rib was solid. Like, oh, it was the food that I never got to eat when I worked banquets, because banquets never got the prime rib and we would only ever get the leftovers of the salmon because they never finished the salmon. Leftover salmon is a band for a reason. But yeah, so just eating, chatting with the dude that owned Mixer, basically. And he was like, hey, it'd be cool if you streamed because then you'd understand our user base and all that stuff. And I was like, all right, shit. Yeah, I'll start streaming. And I started streaming after that, basically. Like, dude convinced me to stream. He also has one of my favorite fucking stories I can possibly tell. So I'm sitting there eating lunch with him, right? We're chilling. I'm eating some amazing prime rib. And, you know, we get on to the topic of games. He's like, hey, what games do you play? And I think I lost the interview right there when I said I play League of Legends. Shit. All right. I lost the interview right there. No, I don't think that. I think it was actually the next interview after that did it. But I did tell him I play League of Legends from time to time. There's a champ I really like to play Singed. And I asked him, like, well, what game do you like to play? And he's like, man, so I really like Forza Horizon, right? This was probably Forza Horizon 3 at the time. I really like Forza Horizon. So, you know, like, technically, it's kind of rough. Like, there's this car I really like to drive. It's this Lamborghini, something or other, that he said the name of, and I totally forgot because I don't give a shit about cars. To me, a car is get from point A to point B kind of thing. And maybe that was, like, maybe he understood that just from, like, seeing my face, like, oh, Lamborghini, whatever. Right? He's talking about it, Lamborghini. He likes to drive it in the game. Well, now that Microsoft bought my company, I actually own the Lamborghini. And it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I'll be playing Forza, and it makes, you know, like, I can just open up, I can drive that car, and it's so cool. But I own the car now, so I can actually go drive this Lamborghini in real life. But I just can't open up, right? I can't just, like, wah, like, send it like I can in Forza. So, like, driving the car in the game makes me want to drive the car in real life, but then driving the car in real life makes me want to drive the car in the game. Oh, it's a vicious cycle. I don't think he said that verbatim, but that's my editorial, like, comment on it. And I can't relate. I can't relate whatsoever, but it's one of my favorite stories to tell, right? This dude talking about how he wishes he could open up in real life with his Lamborghini that he plays in a video game that he has in real life too, and, like, these two things being at odds with each other. No, definitely not LG. This is when I interviewed at Mixer. Can I point out that the friend that got me the job at Mixer, I went and golfed with him at one point. Like, he drove like a normal car, but after he joined that team, he was, like, forever chasing, like, a car that they would respect him for. So the next time I saw him, he had some crazy fucking Audi. And, right, like, the next time I saw him, he had some other fucking car. Like, dude, I'm not looking for a midlife crisis on a job I'm going to take. No, this was purely software dev. This was not sales whatsoever. This was for Mixer, right? Like the Twitch competitor. Not sales whatsoever. These were software devs. But the leadership on that team was really into fucking cars. Not like literally fucking cars. Fonting cars. And at that point, it's like a keeping up with the neighbors, like keeping up with the Joneses kind of problem, right? Like, well, will they ever respect me if I just drive a normal ass Subaru? Hell no. So I don't think I would have fit in with the team anyway. Because I'm a get from point A to point B person, as long as my car can do so. So if I want to get up there and snowboard, I need a Subaru. Now, here's the thing, LG. Before you know it, you're ricing out that Subaru. Before you even know it. Well, you know what? I can just get a spoiler. Well, I should probably get a fucking, like, like a foil, right? Like a grill kit or something, right? It's like, it's a phrase. Ricing something out is typically referred to as turning a Honda Civic into a fake nice Honda Civic, right? So going from just standard stock Honda Civic to Fast and the Furious Honda Civic. They call that ricing it out. It's probably a bit racist. Yeah. Pimping that ride. It's like adding LEDs to your gaming PC, right? Yes, that's a great way of phrasing that. It might be a boomer word. I'm fucking 40, man. That's what they called it when I was in high school, and it's kind of stuck. Because in high school, it's the person that throws a spoiler on their fucking $3,000 Honda Civic. Right? Without actually improving the performance of the vehicle, they made it look nice. The album we're listening to right now, Kyle Nope, is this one. Let me paste it for you. Yeah, it typically involves making something look faster rather than actually making something faster. Yeah, it's not a great term. As far as I know, it's still like the most commonly known term for that exact practice, right? Making something look faster without actually making it faster. It comes from the term rice rocket, which I totally admit is probably way more problematic than the term ricing. But they're both not great, so that's on me. That's my bad. Back in the day with a Mustang, it would be putting like a fucking a racing stripe on your fucking Mustang rather than actually improving the motor. Right? So it's a tale as old as time. It wasn't invented for imports. They've been doing it to muscle cars for fucking ages. Just keep that in mind. I'm curious what the term was back in the 60s and 70s, right? Throwing a racing stripe on a car that you didn't actually soup up. It's still got the fucking regular ass carb. You didn't even do like a holly carb? Come on, you slacker. You fucking slacker. You didn't even throw a supercharger on it. You just threw a racing stripe on it. You poser. Yeah. That shit's existed since the 60s, since the 70s, since probably even before that. Right? Throwing flames on the side of your fucking hot rod, right? Your Model T or whatever, right? Probably not a Model T. No, not a Model T. But you know what I mean, right? Those old school like hot rods, right? It's like putting some flames on the side of your hot rod rather than actually improving the performance of the motor. That shit's existed since cars have existed. It's probably existed since horses. Yeah, you trimmed your horse's mane rather than feed them better food. You know, it's always existed. People that care more about appearance than performance. All right, anyway, let's get at least a little bit of work done. We're at 8 p.m., so hold on. I do want to hop into games here real quick. But let's consider the fact that we are fetching accounts, and we should have account stats, but we're not showing account stats anywhere, right? Finished loading, account stats should go at this point, right? So we should wrap this in a Boolean. Right? Some people jumped into chat and didn't even realize I actually code. I swear. Is everything a div? No, you're better off using semantic elements when it matters. Right now, I just made it a div, but we could actually make it something else. But a div is a logical division of the content. A div is a block level element, while a span is an inline level element. And those two mean separate things. If you have something else that you mean to intend with it, such as a heading or a paragraph or all sorts of other stuff, you should use those instead. But when you actually want to break up the content in some presentational way, a div is actually the most logical thing first. But could it have been a section or an article or whatever? Maybe. Maybe. And maybe this should actually be a section. No, a div is one of the core block elements. So a div is not like a class, but a div does imply some class level things, right? So if you were to think in terms of Tailwind, a div implies block, right? As far as its like display value. I would really look at, like, if you're curious about this, create a project without Tailwind, without any CSS reset, and use some divs, some spans, and some other things, and then see what the default browser styles for those elements are. And then just recognize that that's what they typically imply. There are people that misuse divs all over the place. There are people that misuse spans and misuse whatever, because you can override the presentational aspect of those things with whatever CSS you want, right? You can even establish a reset that means none of these things mean anything, which is what Tailwind kind of does. But at the end of the day, the semantic nature of these elements is important. It's less important because the entire web dev community has pushed back. But I would still just say use the element that actually fits, because you can override it with anything you want. So is a div appropriate here? Yeah, probably. If I was doing a title or a heading, div would not be the right thing, right? Maybe an H1, H2, H3, H4. Those matter more than the size of the font you want to render it for, right? Like your H1, H2, H3, H4 are actually hierarchical. And if you skip a step, that's actually kind of a problem. Why do I do an H2 on this inside of a div? Because H2s and H1s are hierarchical. I already have an H1 on the page that is currently hidden screen reader wise. Like screen readers would see it, but you don't see it. The H1 is your top level description of the page you're on. The H2 denotes a section that you're in, and it's like the heading of that section. But then if you have a subsection within that section, that should probably be an H3. And then beyond that, an H4. Headings actually have major implications for accessibility. And you should probably be using an extension to evaluate those things. That extension is landmark navigation. Right? The hierarchy of headings based upon the section you're in is actually important. The wrapper around those sections is less important, but really, should this div be a section instead? Yeah, probably. Right? Semantically. I would say those semantics, while worth knowing, are less important than the semantics of an H1 being nested within, or an H2 being nested within an H1, and an H3 being nested within a section that has an H2, etc. A lot of this stuff is hard to teach, and so much of it gets misused to where, like, typically only one person on any given dev team actually knows or cares about this. And it gets back to the point I made. Like, I even posted this over in, like, work chat, right? You know how we talked about, like, hats and, like, the hats that devs wear when they're writing code? There are also hats that you wear while reviewing code. And you typically don't change those hats. You just simply establish who wears which hat on a team. So as an example, I've had a dev that wore a hat that they would pull down the code and test it and make sure it did the thing that the ticket said it did. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to point out, like, that is not something I will ever do when I'm doing code review. Nah, man. If you say the code actually does what the ticket says it does, that's on you. If it doesn't, well, yeah, you shouldn't have marked that ticket complete. Like, that's on you, man. I'm more than okay to merge multiple PRs to get to an endpoint for the ticket you were given. We probably shouldn't tag that ticket so it gets, like, auto-completed. But I will happily merge multiple PRs that get us closer to that ticket being merged or being completed. My goal in code review is making sure that the code you write is something I can actually read, something I understand when I go and look at it in the future. So I will look at variable names. I will look at the maintainability of the code rather than the functionality of the code, more than anything. But then there are other people that will care about the functionality without actually caring if it actually does it. They'll look at, well, hold on, you're nesting a loop within a loop. Could we do this a better way, right? You're going to cause excess re-renders. Could we do that a better way? All of those different hats are necessary on a team. Nobody can wear all of those hats at the same time, though. You're going to miss stuff if you try to do so. You're going to miss stuff if you try and wear every code review hat. So instead, you need people on your team that solve those roles. And this is like a blog post I think we need to make at GitKraken even. right? This could be like a good informational, like tech blog post that doesn't even like shill anything we build or maintain, but it does establish us as like, hey man, we care about how you do code review. That's actually the place that GitKraken can fill in a lot of like voids. We can't solve the hat problem for you, but we can solve some other like code review problems for you. And then at that point, well, yeah, you guys can concentrate on the hats y'all wear. So that's like my main thing. Nobody can focus on everything in code review. If you try, you're going to miss stuff. If you focus on one bit of code review, you can catch everything related to that every time. So you need people on your team that focus on the things that they actually care about. And then you can fill in the blanks, like, who doesn't give a shit about this one thing? Well, all right, we need one person to actually give a shit about it. Right? That's your job now. You are that person. Do these variable names make sense? Are you the readability person? Are you the does it actually accomplish the task person? Is it actually like code that is performant person? Nobody can do all three. And there's more than just three. Nobody can wear every hat at every moment. If you let people focus on the things they actually care about, they will happily wear that hat, and you're not going to burn them out. They're not going to miss anything. So I think that is a massive, like, important thing to think about in code when working on a team. If you're working solo, shit, yeah, you have to wear every hat. Deal with it. On this project, I'm solo. There are hats that are being missed. I am totally, like, trying to wear too many hats while building this project. I get it. That's why I would seek VC and try and find people that can wear the hats that I'm not as good at wearing. That's actually really fucking important. Too many beanies. There you go. Wearing the beanies that are important, right? Not every hat is a beanie. Let me point that out. Like, I'm the beanie wearer, right? I wear the readability hat, but maybe someone else wears the ball cap, and that's the fucking performance cap, right? And it's interchangeable on every team. The hat you wear isn't necessarily the hat that does that thing, but everyone wears a different hat. Everyone has their own style. You can recognize those styles and appoint those people for the things that they care about. And that makes your code review process so much better as long as everyone's actually involved in code review. Some people check out and just do looks good to me. If you appoint them for a thing that they actually care about, they're less inclined to do the looks good to me. Again, this is opinion. I have worked on enough teams where I think I have enough personal data to back it up, but I don't have any actual, like, data. So, you know, whatever. If you disagree, I respect your disagreement. But I really do think most people hearing me say this is actually resonating, right? Like, this is actually making a lot of sense on the teams you work on. Your mileage may vary. But based upon the one-on-one I had with my boss earlier today, right? On our product marketing team, there are not enough people on our team that are actual developers. They just don't understand this. So when we're trying to make some content around a thing that we're making at GitKraken, nobody else on the product marketing team is going to push back like, no, that doesn't make any sense, man. Like, I don't get it. Like, we're going to get pushback. How do I change the phrasing? How do I change, like, the messaging? If it was just up to the really awesome content creators on my team, right? Keep that in mind. They fucking kill it. They're so much better at product marketing than I am. Oh my God, dude. Like, I could name them by name. Every single other person on my team is better at product marketing than me. The thing I bring to the table is I'm an actual dev. And I have opinions. Because devs have opinions. Like, duh. Duh. I can push back on when what they're saying doesn't make sense to me, doesn't resonate. It's just not valuable. And at least today, my boss told me, like, that is, like, so valuable on what I bring to the team. It, like, justifies my place on the team. Like, if I was just another content creator without a concern for what devs think or care about, I probably wouldn't have a job right now. They would have cut me ages ago. I get it. But instead, I can push back. I can say, like, no, I'm sorry. Like, no, that doesn't matter to me as a dev. Or I don't understand that as a dev. Like, why is that useful as a dev? And I can help shape the messaging around, well, how do we explain this, etc. And we talked about it earlier. I showed off the automations we do for GitKraken that are really cool. But a really good DevOps engineer could just write a script that does it. They could just do that, right? Some of the CLI stuff we're doing. A really good engineer could just write a bash script to do it. There is a point to recognize that not every organization has time to devote towards good engineering. Not every team actually has great engineers. They got other shit they got to do. You know? They got other shit they got to do, man. They don't have time to write some fucking, like, to spend 3 hours writing a GitHub action that you could actually write in 5 minutes using GitKraken automations or something, right? And it's 3 hours if you know GitHub Actions and you know how to look for a thing that does a thing, or you got to write it yourself and figure out the APIs or some bullshit. For someone who's unfamiliar with GitHub Actions, dude, you're looking at least like a day or two of researching and figuring it out and then writing the script for something you could write in 5 minutes with GitHub automations or GitKraken automations. And that's like the kind of content I need to make, but I need to push back and say, like, no, a competent dev can do that. Just ask AI to do it. Well, yeah, you can ask AI to do it, but then are you capable of reviewing what AI gave you? And not every team has a person capable of evaluating the output of that AI. How long is it going to take you to try it, and then it failed, and then prompt the AI to fix it, and then it fails again, and then prompt the AI to fix it? Like, how many iterations do you want to go through with that in a failed pipeline in which it didn't do what you wanted because you weren't capable of evaluating it, right? Like, AI doesn't replace understanding. AI just replaces the hammering out of code. Even then, no, I don't think it actually depends on what you're asking. I think no matter what, anything you're asking AI to do, you actually need to understand first. A bad script can do actual damage. Yeah, exactly, Umbriel. Like a really bad CI/CD script that AI just fucked up. Dude, some of that shit you can't get back. Some of that shit you just can't get back. Some of these things are totally lossy. Like unsavable. I don't trust AI as far as I can throw it, and I got a bad shoulder, so I shouldn't be throwing anything. No, I get that. I'm not even talking about app creation. I'm talking about CI/CD scripts. Do you trust an AI to create a perfect CI/CD script in one iteration of prompting. And I don't even mean like one ask. I mean like you asking it, getting the feedback, giving it a thing without you actually knowing what that bash writes. If you're not a bash coder, you don't even know if the bash it's giving you does what it says it does what you asked it for. You got to run it to figure it out. And in some cases, you can't figure that out until you actually run it in a pipeline. You need someone that knows better to evaluate this shit. Right? AI slop is slop. So I get it. IBE loaded. Umpriel. I get it. Like, yeah. And not lumping you all together. I'm just saying, like, making sure you guys are both seen. I just simply think AI is not replacing anybody. It's just making people more efficient. You're in an ad. You're ad time. All right, my bad. 1 second. I should have seen that. Ads might be done. What I was saying there, IBE, was AI is not replacing anybody. AI is just making people more efficient. If you understand that, you're good to go. But AI cannot replace knowledge. Because AI hallucinates way too much of that shit. Yeah, it's a fancy hammer. It's a ball peen hammer. Who here has ever used a ball peen hammer? But people that use hammers on a regular basis know that a ball peen hammer has its use. If you're hammering nails with a ball peen hammer, you're fucking up. You're totally fucking up. Ball peen. It's the one with like the rounded thing on the end. EE ball peen hammer. Right? This fucker. Have you ever hammered a nail with a ball peen hammer? That's not what they're for. That's really not what they're for. You're better off using a claw hammer. Right? That has like a flared out head. Right? They're super smooth. Right? Ball peen hammers are actually really good for carpentry. When you're like knocking wood into place and things like that. You wouldn't use a claw hammer with like the grit on the head for that. You wouldn't use a sledgehammer for that. Hell no. You wouldn't use a rubber mallet for that. Fuck no. That's my main point. If you've never used a hammer before, all hammers look the same. And yeah, you'll approve the use of any hammer you want. Like, fuck it. Yeah, you just need to hammer a thing, right? But someone that understands hammers knows, nah, hold up. Wait, the AI recommended I use that hammer? Dude, the AI is fucking wrong. I gotta prompt it better. That's the whole point. That's what we're all getting at with AI. That's why when people like Sahil from Gumroad, yeah, Gumroad isn't a complicated enough application to where you need someone to understand the difference between the hammers. No one on the Gumroad team actually needs to be that fucking confident or that fucking good at what they do. Now keep in mind, I will say Purple Elf is that good at what they do. We haven't seen them stream in ages. But I can just point out that Sahil from Gumroad probably didn't value what they brought to the table and might have replaced them with someone that doesn't know the difference between the hammers you might use. Right? Sahil from Gumroad, dude, He doesn't know the difference between nails, so obviously he's not going to know the difference between hammers. Dude would probably try and hammer a screw, because he doesn't fucking know. He's not a software dev. He's an ideas guy. And he thinks ideas guys can rule the world once they have an AI that just does the shit for them. You know what that AI that does the shit for you is? A competent engineer. So I look forward to seeing the future where Sahil from Gumroad realizes that he's created a code base that nobody can fucking maintain, and he's going to have to hire real engineers again to build everything from scratch. Because not enough context in the world will save you from bad engineering, which is what AI is really good at. I just simply wonder, is Sahil seeking investment, right? Is he finally going to like abandon his bootstrapped mentality and seek another VC round? Is he preparing for that, basically? Because I almost swear, like, every single company you see doing this is just making shit up. Just to make companies think that they're better at what they do than they are. Right? Not even companies, like investors. All right, so hold on. Crow. Wait, what'd you say? What did I miss, Crow? Or did you tag the wrong person? Did you mean to tag me? Yeah, I might have missed Crow's comment. Or you just tagged the wrong person. Yeah, happy Friday, Power. And Nas the Goat. What do you mean? What do you think we're kidding on? Nah, this is not a coding help kind of stream. Oh, the danger of new devs relying on AI too much. Oh, I missed that. I totally missed that part. No, I get that. Oh, I mean, we're wrapping up soon. I need to eat some food. I need to play some fucking video games. I'll be back here streaming tomorrow, obviously. You know, I'm okay with it. Did we get enough done? We got enough done earlier. We ranted for the last half. My biggest trolls would totally lie to me and say, like, oh my God, you never code. Because they're selective. Nas the Goat. AI is an absolute necessity. How so? I'm questioning what you're saying at this point. If you think AI can build out your entire application without any oversight, go for it. All right. So Nas, I'm just saying, if you're not aware, when you're making an obvious joke, you should use a kappa. Right? On the internet, no one can know if you're being sarcastic without an obvious display of being so. So in the future, if you are being sarcastic, just use a kappa and we'll get it, right? Otherwise, it's really hard to discern a troll from the real thing. No, Nas has been here a bunch, right? They're not a drive-by troll. I would have, yeah, immediately assumed someone was trolling. But I think Nas gets it, right? Poe's Law. On the internet, you cannot know if someone is serious or joking without an obvious display of joking. It comes down to sarcasm does not display itself in text with just words. All these things are valuable, right? AI is just another tool. The fact that Super Maven will autocomplete a bunch of really good stuff and then, oh no, yeah, no, it totally coded out a bug and now I got to fix it. Do I utilize blockchain? Not for this. It makes sense when it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense for this, so who gives a shit? Like, that's a very vague question. But we should go raid someone. It's 8:30. I need food in my belly. I'm not sure what I'm going to eat for dinner. Power of the Sun, like, you're new to chat. I don't know, man. You're actually, like, the newest person to chat that I'm questioning at this point. Because your statements don't seem genuine. Like, so far, you seem the trolliest of all of them. Yeah, see, right? Like, I think you're trolling at this point. Why do you think I want you here in my chat? Ibby seems somewhat genuine. Every single statement you've made, Power of the Sun, makes me think that you're fucking trolling. Yeah, fuck off, sir. Fuck off. We don't need you to chat anymore. You can have a conscience and apologize with your unban request. Just recognize that Primogen and I are friends, at least as far as I know, as far as I think. Primogen and I, like, we get along. He is my second longest sub, and I think I am up there within his top 5 longest subs. I'm at month 69 of subbing to Prime. Like, I know Prime. Like, don't think just because you watch Prime that you're allowed to be a dick. Like, no, fuck you, dude. Like, nah, you can fuck off. Prime's actually a legit dude. Yeah, Prime wouldn't agree with anything you've said so far. So yeah, I'm calling you out. But I'll just point out, I'm a long-time sub of Prime. Prime's a long-time sub of here. There's only one other person that has a longer sub to this channel than Prime, and that's Raimo. Both of them are better engineers than me. But both of them still value some of the statements I make. Not all of them. But anyway, we should go raid someone. We should go raid someone. All right, so Snowcone, Acorn, Sergeant Pepper. I do have a game channel. It's gaming. Yeah, I'll be over there in just a little bit. I'll be cooking some food. I think I kind of want to make some shrimp scampi. I'm going to make some shrimp scampi tonight. Or dumplings. All right, I could pivot. How dedicated I am to coding? I'm actually really dedicated to streaming. This is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. Like, it really is. And I appreciate the fact that y'all are here for it, which is really nice. So let's go find someone to raid. I'm thinking either Snowcone or Acorn. Snowcone has less people. I don't know. I like a good underdog. Snowcone is doing leak code, though. It's fine. Yeah, Snowcone can actually ascend beyond my hatred of leak code. For sure. Right? So we're going to go raid Snowcone. Yeah, thank y'all for watching. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. We had a good day. I had some whiskeys. I didn't overdo it. I don't think I was a supreme jerk, which I have been before. My goal is not to abstain from whiskey, because there is no virtue without temptation. Instead, my goal is to have whiskey and still be fun to talk to. I didn't do it today. Come on, man. I have been before, though. You don't even have to agree. You don't have to agree, but I have been. I know this. All right, so we're going to go raid Snowcone. They're doing some leak code stuff. And eating food. Oh, man. What is the food they're eating? Oh, that food looks delicious. I'm, like, really hungry now. But all right. Yeah, we'll fix it. YouTube, thank y'all for chilling. I'll see y'all tomorrow, right? If I can wake up early enough, I'd love to do, like, a noon stream tomorrow. We'll see, maybe. Like, what if I do, like, an 11 a.m. stream? Oh, that'd be so out of character. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? All right, so anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll see how long I sleep in tonight, tomorrow. I mean, UB loaded. Oh, it's not IBE, it's IB. All right, so I'll just call you loaded from now on. Touche. But later, YouTube.